2 minutes.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
All right, we are here, Matt Savage alongside Tony Dunst from the beautiful island of Cyprus. Tony, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Really looking forward to this currently 7-handed final table where these players are playing for $400,000 up top, plus getting their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Here's a look at our leaderboard. Vladimir Zakharu with 63 blinds on 9.4 million, followed by Rafael Chamura with 42 blinds, James Mahoney, 41 blinds, Nikolai Zadanov on 40 blinds, so 3 players bunched right between 40 and 42 blinds. Ignacio Sole with 32 blinds.
Yes, we have Elena Litvik. She comes in as a short stack in seat number 6. She has 2,550,000. And I think Rafael Chamuri in seat number 4 from Belarus. You see the prize pool there, 401,100 up top, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship in Wynn, Las Vegas. This is hand number 1.
And it's a good one for Nikolai. He's Queen of Clubs, first to act here. And we're playing 75,000, 150,000 with 150K big blind ante.
The purple chips are 100Ks, the orange chips are 25Ks, and you see those time extension chips are there on the table right there. We are playing with the action clock from Protection Poker.
Vladimir here with the decision holding ace-10 on the hijack. One of those hands that can do quite a bit of 3-betting, especially as the chip leader up against one of the medium stacks. I like this hand selection for the 3-bet.
Ilya had ace-5.
Nikolai, a very nice hand to take a flop with here. Never an ideal situation as one of the medium stacks in a 3-bet pot up against the chip leader at a final table, but certainly ace-queen suited too good to fold, and a great-looking flop for Nikolai. Queen, jack, 5. 2 spades, not a bad one for Vladimir either, holding the ace of spades here, also blocking some of the backdoor diamond combinations with that 10 of diamonds.
Will continue, makes it 600,000. Nikolai making the call.
Yeah, not wasting any time there. Very quick call. Be curious to see whether there's any timing tells going on or if he's generally acting quickly. Beautiful turn for Nikolai. Another queen. Imagine that will slow down Vladimir most of the time. Does check, looking for a king on the river. Oh, wow.
And there it is. Plenty of action here on the very first hand. A straight, and Nikolai putting out 1 million. Vladimir is looking back at his hand here.
Just a quick call, not going to raise. There is some risk of running into a full house here, and if you raise at a final table, your concern is that you might only get called by better hands, queen jack suited, king queen suited, pocket 5s. Some of the concerns there for Vladimir. Nikolai had the one hand that may have paid him off had he jammed. I think it's a close decision on the river there, and certainly earlier in the final table, I would expect Vlad to shove the river over that bet of 1 million, but I understand why he just called there. So he lengthens his lead over this final table. Nikolai was in second in chips coming into this final table. Now it's really Vlad above all the others.
Yes, a dominant chip lead here. 82 big blinds. These players played late into the night last night. Not too bad. They finished around 12 o'clock. And we did not make it all the way down to our normal 6-handed final table. So we're coming back with 7. $63,000 of the first player eliminated today, and like I said up top, $401,100. Tony, you played in this event. What did you think of the play out here in Cyprus?
Unbelievable. I really had a great time at the table. Unreal action on my day 1 table. Even on day 2, I saw some very splashy hands as we approached the money bubble. But day 1 in particular, I saw some unbelievable hands. I saw 2 4-way all-ins without short stacks. Not like, oh, a guy had 8 blinds and another guy had 12 blinds. No, we're talking full stacks, 4-way all-ins. I saw a huge 3-way all-in where a guy called off a 4-bet, then 5-bet with pocket 5s for 100 big blinds. I saw same guy did a bunch of blind raising. He played a hand where he raised, maybe blind, I'm not sure anymore. Somebody 3-bet, another player called 4-bet. He called. The player who 3-bet behind him called. The flop came ace-10-8. The 4-better bet out.
Right here, we've got action coming here too, Tony.
Yeah, splashy player raised. Both players folded, and he showed 7-5 offsuit. Ace-10-8 in this massive pot. So tremendous action as we see some here. Ilya on the button, facing this 3-bet. He has a nice hand to take a flop in position. Again, you don't love playing 3-bet pots on these medium stacks at a final table, but that doesn't mean you can stop playing poker and king 10 suited. Good enough to take the flop here in position.
1 hard on this board, 7-5-5.
Yeah, and I think a better board for the 3-better than the caller. Like, yeah, the caller can have a little bit of maybe 7-5, 6 suited or 5-6 suited. Not everyone would call, especially on Ilya's stack. And so these low boards are going to favor the 3-better who has all the overpairs in their range.
And he leads out for 550 on that flop.
And yeah, unfortunate for Ilya that he can't call and see a turn there with his backdoor draw and overcards under the pressure of ICM at this final table. So
you talked about the kind of splashy play with the makeup of this final table today. I think we might have some of that as well.
Potentially. You know, I only played with one of these 7 during the event, and that was Nikolai here that's in frame. And that was on day 2. He didn't play anything unusual that day. Mostly just played big pots with good hands, or I just never got to see his cards. You know, as you're approaching the bubble, most pots don't go to showdown. So hard to know exactly what to expect, but from what I saw in the field, you know, it could be a splashier final table. While we have some very talented poker players around this final table, there's not huge resumes of tournament caches, so it's possible that some of these players aren't as studied in ICM and aren't aware of how conservative that should make you at times. And yeah, this would be kind of a good test. Ignacio here with the ace-9 suited. I think the player in front of him folded ace-4 suited, which is a little snug. Ilya here on the cutoff has a close one. I think this was like button small blind. He should always be all in, or even like button versus big blind. But hijack versus cutoff on 18 blinds, it's much murkier.
And he does let it go.
Yeah, I'd like that fold. Round to Elena in the big blind with the Doyle Brunson. And no real decision here, so Ignacio will take that one down.
Ignacio Sole from Spain. Goes by the nickname of Boque.
But it's been a pleasure playing and spending time here at Chamada.
Plenty to do when you're not playing poker. Unlimited free food.
Yeah, unlimited free food, beautiful pool, a beach club, a short shuttle ride away. It's been very hot this week. Finally cooled down a little bit the last couple of days.
Raise 350. Pass, 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 pass.
James now with pocket tens.
Pass.
And Vladimir in the big blind with queen 7 suited will take a flop.
Call. Heads up.
And doesn't find much on king 9-8 with no clubs.
Check.
James quickly checks behind. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Probably not an inspiring card for Vlad here with just the gut shot.
Check. Check.
James checks behind once more. Another 9 on the river. Suppose Vlad could try and apply some pressure and make a big bet to try and represent a 9. But he elects to check this down and lose the pot to James pocket tens. Like that check behind on the river from James. I don't think there's much value to be had. I think the only real decision for him in this hand was whether to bet the flop or not. And with the overpair to the 8 and 9, and wanting some protection against the jack or a queen peeling off, there's a lot of merit to betting, but plenty of merit to checking behind as well, especially as one of the medium stacks with now 2 short-ish stacks around the table. When you study ICM poker, what you find is that a lot of your adjustments are checking a bit more frequently on the flop and using smaller bet sizes. So when players have a medium strength hand, it's really never a bad idea to check behind more often than usual.
Pass. Pass.
Rafa. Now with the king jack suited.
Raise 200. Pass.
Elena with ace 9 suited. Has a close decision here. Playing around 15 blinds. Does she want to take a stand and move in here? No, she is going to fold. Vlad with ace 8 in the small blind. Could elect to 3-bet here and go after a fall. Yeah,
Ah,
Raise.
it's a
1
nice
million.
play.
the hand we talk about very often here. The king 6 suited does not make the call.
Vlad in firm control of this final table thus far. Showing some nice hand selection for his 3-bets. Very cognizant of the stack sizes and how he can use his to apply pressure on the medium stacks.
Pass.
Rafael king 7 making the fold. Elena now 10-3. She comes into the day as a short stack. Tony, we only have 2 women on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. It would be quite an achievement for her to add her name to it today.
Raise 300,000.
Vlad going up to 300.
Pass.
So using his chip lead here to continue to keep pressure on the shorter stacks. Nice position to be in, huh, Tony?
Fantastic position to be in. He's got the Air Jordan shirt going on. Looking to dominate this final table the way Jordan dominated the NBA in the 90s.
Yes.
Pass. 1 card open. King of clubs. Pass.
Vlad now with ace king suited. Off to a fast start.
Raise 300,000.
And the rest of the table, Tony has to be thinking that he's just continuing to open with wide range of hands, but yet here he has a big one.
Close decision for Ilya. Even under ICM, you don't do that much folding in the big blind with suited cards, but some of these really weak, big gap ones, worth considering a fold, especially if you're trying to ladder up. So I understand why Ilya elects to pass there. A lot of value with suited hands in the big blind is flopping a flush draw and at times being able to check raise and play it aggressively, and that's just a risky proposition under the pressure of ICM.
Nikolai still looks like he's pondering that first hand of the day here.
He's got a very tortured demeanor.
Yes. Here, starting with Queen 4 offsuit. And he will fold.
In fairness, there wasn't much else he could have done. He was ahead the whole way until the river and didn't even lose that much on the river. And look at this, Vlad.
Holy.
Pocket kings now. Just keeps getting better. Rafael with the king 9 suited has a quality hand to take a flop with, though he is badly dominated. But an interesting flop for him on Jack 10-8 with a heart. The open ender. Backdoor flush draw to go with it.
Vladimir bets 350.
I like that he's sizing up a little bit here. It's close to half pot, I think, on this coordinated board. The hands that do bet should size up fairly often. Uh-oh. Rafael check raising the king 9 suited. I do think this is good hand selection as a check raise bluff. Semi bluff. It's such a wet texture that Vlad can't be happy to see that check raise, but his hand is much too good to fold. So he will make the call. 10 on the turn might slow Rafael in the big blind down. It makes it harder for him to have the kind of 2-pair hands that would check raise the flop for value. Yeah, he does check. And I think there's merit to betting and checking for Vlad. He elects to check. Harmless 3 on the river.
This stage is Vladimir is going to call with just about anything, Tony.
On the turn, you mean?
And on the river.
Oh, on the river, it's going to be near impossible to make him fold. Maybe if Rafael shoves some of the time, you would consider it, but pretty ideal run out. You just have a great hand.
Sorry.
2.1, he does bet 3/4 pot here. As you can see, Vlad not thrilled with this development. I don't think he's going to fold, though. You know, you only beat bluffs. The dilemma is when Rafael checks the turn, most of his value range is like hands that turn to full house. I don't really think he's checking stuff like Queen 9 and 9-7 all that often. And so he's pretty thin for value here. Of course, he's thin for bluffs. I mean, many players don't even semi-bluff by check raising the flop much at all at a final table. So that's why you see Vlad struggling with this decision and laying out time extensions.
Taking his time, 30 seconds for each one of those time extensions. A second time extension now. Does
And
Ace
wheels?
Jack make sense for him?
For Rafael?
No, for Rafael, for Vladimir to think that maybe he has a jack in his hand.
I think check raising the flop with Ace Jack is too thin at a final table.
Okay.
Between these two stack sizes.
A third time extension.
Yeah, you expect to see either like a full house or a bluff. Every now and then your opponent will have Queen 9 or 9-7. Can't completely discount that. But for the most part, I think those hands continue betting on the turn and then jam the river. And of course, we don't know the history between these players or Vlad's read on Rafael.
A fourth time extension now.
Yeah.
So he is.
You know, if Rafael was just really snug on the play down and he never saw him make any kind of aggressive play, show a bluff, anything like that, this is a really difficult call. But if he thinks Rafael is capable, then I think he has a reasonable hand to call
Another
with.
time extension. He had plenty, and that's some of the advantage of not using those early in the tournament. The players could have a total of 20 time extensions. We'll talk a little bit about that in a bit.
Oh, he's going to fold. What a bluff.
Wow.
One more.
There she is collecting those time extensions. Like I said, you can accumulate a total of 20. These players will get an additional 5 when they get down to the final 6, including a short stop down for some photos. As I said, the official final table for our main tour championships are 6. So therefore, we still have 1 to go. There is no redraw. Not much will change here, but what a great, great bluff there, huh?
Great bluff. Hard to pull the trigger on the river after that run out. It does make me think that if you're in Vlad's shoes and you believe that you would fold to a river bet of that size, there's more merit to betting the turn yourself because you charge draws and you can set the price of a showdown.
Pass. Pass. Raise 300,000.
Ignacio with the ace-8 of hearts. Raising it to 3. Ilya with king-8 suited here. Probably just taking a moment. Don't know why you would want to get involved here. He'll let that go. Rafa with ace-7 in the small blind.
Pass.
Will not get adventurous. Nikolai in the big blind has a hand worth considering a shove.
River.
Under ICM, when you're reshoving out of the big blind, we use a lot of these low-suited aces. Sometimes ace-5 suited prefers a call because it plays pretty well post-flop, but if you look at a final table chart, when you're playing these like 15 to 20 big blind stacks, big blind versus late position raises, a lot of like ace-2 through ace-5 suited.
Why
rejams.
why was king-8 not playable, in your opinion?
He's just too short there to consider a call, to consider a 3-bet fold, to consider jamming. So while he could have open raised had Ignacio folded, and I think he should have open raised, I don't think facing an open off of like 17 blinds or whatever it was that there's any clear path to continuing.
Okay.
If they were 40 blinds deep, I think he has a nice hand to 3-bet fold.
They have an interesting thing here in the room, Tony. It's sort of like Hunger Game style, where a player gets eliminated and they will show them on the big screen kind of getting, I don't know, eliminated and making a loud noise. And it's pretty interesting. Wonder if they'll show that on the live stream, but good thing. We do have the chat open here if you guys have any questions or want to know anything about this event. We did start with 775 entries, and we are down to the final 7 at this point. Players are earning at least 63,000. First place, 401,100, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas, where they can win millions more. Tony, we'll see you out there at the Wynn.
Certainly will. Ambitious raise from Vlad with King 8 first to act on a 7-handed table. Even more ambitious call from James here with the 3s. Can't say I'm in support of that one. You really should not be looking to get involved with small pairs at final tables, especially with 5 players to act behind you. And here on the 9-8 deuce flop, it may end up costing James. One of the 3s was folded pre-flop. Turn is a 4.
Vladimir decides to check. A check behind. Her card's another deuce.
I think Vlad can value bet this hand. James should mostly bet the turn with the 9. You can't say that with 100% certainty. Shouldn't even really have that many 9s, but he shouldn't have 3s either. But he should have a lot of, 7s, 6s.
And at this point, James can't let
Ace-high
this go, can he
backdoors.
not?
For a bet this size, he's kind of stuck.
Showdown, please.
I don't think you have to call it because very few players bluff for that size, but the real mistake was getting involved pre-flop. Small pocket pairs really diminish in value at final tables. Like, even if Vlad had folded, I don't think the 3s are worth a raise. I don't think 5s would be worth a raise. You could argue that he should fold all the way up to, like, 6s or 7s. So calling there with players to act behind, you can come over the top and force you to fold pre-flop, or just having the hand play out as it did, where you call pre-flop and you have to pay off some small bets post-flop, and now you shrink the distance between yourself and the other middling stacks is a bad outcome. I remember talking to Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger about 4 or 5 years ago when I was studying a lot of final table poker and realizing that these top pros were making some, to me, surprisingly tight folds with medium pairs, even when it was just folded to them at the final table, and thinking like, wow, I've been way too loose with these hands. And then when you go study the charts, it's like, yeah, these really do not want to get involved here.
Congratulations to Lucky Chewy.
Yeah. Recent father. We're really happy for him.
Absolutely.
He and his wife, Elisa, spent a lot of time and energy trying to get pregnant. That was a real journey for them. So we're really happy, really proud for them. I was at their shower, and just super happy for the Lichtenberger family to see it grow as we see this pot between Vlad and Rafael develop, where Rafael has outflopped Vlad on King Jack 4.
Vladimir had caught that straight earlier with a gut shot and has another one maybe here.
Bet 100,000.
Bet from Rafael of
Yeah.
200,000.
Quite a small bet, just 20% pot. Favorable price for Vlad to see a turn with the gut shot to the nuts and backdoor spades. 8 of diamonds won't change much about his hand. I'd like to see Fall continue to barrel here. I don't think it's mandatory with the medium strength king, but such a small flop bet means there's not that much in this pot yet, and I think there's more meat on the bone here. He'll check behind, and he rivers 2 pair. That would give Vlad,
Vladimir.
yeah, a 3rd pair here. I don't know if he'll consider his hand worth a block bet. With the jack out there, it seems a little thin. And now, of course, Vol will find a bet on this river with 2 pair.
Uses a time extension here. A little bit of strategy
Possibly,
there.
yeah. It may just be considering the bet size.
Okay.
Because there's merit to multiple sizings here. But as you said, it might be strategic in that he's trying to feign uncertainty. Should I bluff? Should I not? When we know he'll be value betting. $8.50 is the bet.
850.
You like that size, Tony?
In the area of 2/3 pot. I think it's just fine.
850.
Yes, 850.
And the check behind on the turn may get him paid off here. You see Vlad going, well, what is he supposed to have?
Well,
He does make the call.
It's shown the bad news.
Now, the amateur player in me, Tony, says he folded with the kings, and he's calling with the tens. Completely different situations, I know.
So I will say with the ace-10, he blocks ace-queen, which is
Okay.
quite important there. He may believe that Rafael mostly bets strong kings on the turn. In fairness, I thought he was going to bet most of the time.
good luck, everyone.
He doesn't think that Rafael would value bet a jack for that size, really at all, on the river. I'm sure he was a little concerned about jack-10, but he blocks that hand as well. So I can understand why he got to the river and elected to call with that hand. Still probably a bit hopeful to make that call. But I do think your opponent's going to show up with more bluffs on that river than he does on the jack-10, 8, 10 deuce hand. Ilya here
Raising.
on the cutoff, ripping fives for 16 blinds. Ah, close one.
350. Fold, 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 fold.
Probably too many blinds to be open jamming here from the cutoff. Like we talked about, pairs don't play as well under ICM at final tables. From the button, I think this would be fine. From the cutoff, I think it's just a bit much. I don't think this is crazy or anything, just a bit much. And James in the big blind with king, queen should not be calling. This is too many chips. This is almost half his stack with a hand that's never in front, really, unless your opponent's jamming the queen-jack suiteds of the world, which maybe he is.
And he does let it go. Ilya takes this one down. A unique commentary setup here. We're overlooking the poker room right now. Kind of feels like you're in your perch here from your normal televised TV shows.
Yeah, more of that perspective than the usual segregated into a booth.
Yeah. We are on a 30-minute delay here. And now with sixes, Rafael.
Raise. 300.
Raises to
Fold.
300,000. Elena with ace-jack, her first real playable hand of this final table. You think
And
they're
as
going
we
to
can
go all
see
in
from the
here?
graphic, she is moving in here.
All in, and there they go.
I think this hand would be too good to pass. Rafael has opened up his game some with the now tied for chip lead stack close to territory. So I think this is a very nice play from Elena. Facing a jam for 12 bigs, the sixes feel borderline. The problem is you'll never see a worse pair if you call with sixes. You're just hoping for the flip, and you'll see a lot of better pairs. I think Elena would shove eights plus. I don't know if she would shove
Throws out
sevens.
2 time extensions. Now when you do that, you instantly get 1 minute added to the clock, and that's what he's going to get here. We've used the action clocks on the World Poker Tour since 2016. A lot of discussion about clocks this summer.
Yes. Rafael will make the call. He'll be pleased with the result. You're hoping for a flip when you make that call. So a small edge for the sixes here up against the ace-jack suited. And Elena drills this flop, ace-ace-queen. She'd love to turn him dead.
4 on the turn. He has 2 outs to eliminate Elena. It doesn't happen. Very close, but a double up here for Elena with her ace-jack suited and a smile, as you can see. So Elena with the big double up here early at this final table.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Some people are talking about on the chat, Tony, about that king queen should never have folded in that spot, but
Oh, I
you
strongly disagree.
disagreed with that.
Strongly disagree.
Okay.
Fold.
Vladimir raises to 300,000 with 7-3 suited. Now Ilya with queen 10 of hearts.
Call.
He makes the call. And we'll go to the flop. 1 diamond followed by a 8 and 6 of hearts.
That's a fun flop for these two hands.
Yes, heart flush draw for Ilya. Plus the overcards and open ender with a backdoor diamonds for Vladimir.
Bet 250.
And Vladimir is going to continue here, bet 250.
Gonna open 7-3 suited. Can't ask for much better on this flop. I think Ilya is a good enough hand and a short enough stack that yes, the all-in is the best play available, especially after Elena doubled up. You are the clear short stack, and so there's less to lose by risking the elimination here.
2,275,000. Now, if you're Vladimir, what are you doing here, Tony?
I think you have to fold. Unfortunately, Ilya is going to have a lot of this type of hand, and so your 8-outer becomes 6. And yes, you have a backdoor diamond draw. Maybe you can count that as 1 extra out. That's a
Does
good
let it
fold.
go. A disciplined fold here.
Yeah.
We are 1 hour ahead of European time here. And
All
10 hours ahead of where I'm at in Las Vegas, along with you, Tony.
one.
How's your jet lag?
It's fine. Messes with my digestion a little bit, but I am sleeping well during this trip.
Raise 300.
How about you?
Yeah, not too bad. Did go to the nightclub the other night until like 3 or 4 in the morning. They do have a nightclub here at Chamada with some of the top acts from around the world coming in. Actually, Tiesto was here earlier. It's a great venue. Fireworks and dancing shows and stuff like that. It's really, really nice. And he's moved all in again, Ilya has, with King Queen this time.
And a pretty quick call from Ignacio with his 8s. Button versus small blind. I understand that call. 8s just too good to lay down there. Ilya with the King Queen. Not wanting to be called, but ends up in a flip. ICM poker is so weird that when I was watching his decision pre-flop, I was like, is this a shove or a 3-bet fold?
And a King, Queen on the flop. Wow, only running 8s for Ignacio. And not going to happen. Ilya
Overkill.
with a huge double up here and up to 7 million. And that's going to put Bokeh Ignacio Soleil in deep trouble here. He now becomes the short stack.
Down to 10 bigs. So much of these final tables comes down to winning your flips. So when I see these guys go on these incredible runs over a 3-6 month span, I'm just like, how did you win that many flips? How did you do it?
Ilya.
Katsbabavili up to third in chips with 7 million.
18 chips, 18% of the chips in play here. Few events coming up on the World Poker Tour. We're going to Texas for the first time in the Lodge. Should be an interesting stop. We'll be heading there. Also, Bay 101 Shooting Star, which will be a shooting star for us, Tony Dunst.
Great to see that one back on the
Yes.
schedule, and happy that we're doing an event with the Lodge as well and having a footprint in Texas.
Absolutely.
Our U.S. domestic players have been asking for more events.
Yes.
So we have listened and provided. And
Also going to Seminole Hard Rock, Jacksonville, and, of course, the Wynn Championship in December.
Fully on the button, opening 9-8. Fall on the small blind, King Jack has a good looking hand, a 3-bet fold here.
We raise 1.1. Fold.
Up to 1.1. And Ilya might posture a little bit here, but I would be stunned if he sees a flop.
Not going to put any of his newfound chips into the pot here. However, his range has widened, right, Tony? Playing the 8-9 offsuit.
Yeah. Close open to begin with.
Fold.
Does let it go.
I think it's a clear open if the players behind you are going to be snug, but I don't know that that's the case up against Rafael and Nikolai. So the 9-8 there, right on the border. But a clear fold once you are 3-bet.
prize pool is $2.4 million. For those of you asking, first place $401,100, which includes that seat to the Win Championship.
Fun. Fun.
Next player eliminated will receive $63,000. Now Ignacio's A3 down to 1.6 million.
I think he's still just a touch deep to be ripping this hand. You know, I think when players get to 10 big blinds, sometimes they tell themselves in the ace any position, but
Right.
I'm happy to see that he folds there.
Did properly lay it down.
Yeah, important for Rafael to know how much his opponents are playing, because I think his fours should just go all in here. Very nice. Excellent play with the fours. Nikolai, I think, is second shortest stack right now, so he has to fold almost everything. Elena kind of has to fold everything as well. Really nice play there with the fours.
Rafael's been impressive. I think he's made some of the best moves so far. Getting that bluff through against Vladimir, and then getting Vladimir to call when he had two pair. Von Dutch hat, Tony. It's been a while since I've seen one of those.
Has it?
Yeah. He's got him and his friends in the audience wearing the Ready to Die shirts. Does Ignacio Soleil?
Is that a Biggie Smalls reference?
I'm not sure.
Can't remember if that was an album title or a song title for Biggie. But I think it was his second album title. And, you know, of course, it felt prophetic because he was murdered not long after that came out, or right before it came out.
Right. Rafael now does raise to 300,000. Vladimir making the call with 9-6 off.
This big blind call feels a little loose.
Ace 10-3 on the flop. Rafael flopping top pair. Does check it. Rafael with the continue. And a fold. Rafael increasing his chip stack here. So you went down to the beach club, Tony?
I did. Myself and the staff went down there the day before the championship started. Spent a full day there in the water. Oh, beautiful water temperature. Great beach club. Ignacio with the ace king suited. This hand is strong enough that it's worth considering just a min-raise here. Nothing wrong with open shoving as well. He has 10.5 blinds, but he should still have a min-raise fold range, and so you want to have the induce hands.
75.
Stuff like aces, kings, queens, ace king suited.
Elena now with ace jack, the hand that she doubled up with earlier.
Yes.
She's on 3.6 million. What do you think, Tony?
I think she should fold. I know it's easy for me to say looking at the cards, but she'd be calling off almost half her stack here. There's two players to act behind. Ignacio is probably not going to have a worse ace than this, except maybe like ace 10 suited, maybe some lower suited aces. But I think you're just going to see a lot of pairs, ace queen, ace king. And again, having 2 players to act behind you when 40% of your chips would be in the middle is awkward as well. I think ace-queen would be the cutoff in Elena's shoes. And it's not as though Ignacio shoved the cutoff. Then I would say, yeah, go for it. He's under the gun 7-handed.
A second time extension. She's down to 1 remaining. If she were to run out of time extension chips,
Fold.
Nice fold from Elena.
it would be an automatic fold. It's fold there.
One, five,
Now James with the ace-jack.
Closer decision for James. Nobody to act behind him. 9 blinds to call here. Still not an easy one. I'm not sure what I would do in his shoes. He's going to make the call, though.
He's not going to like it when he sees the ace-king.
Yeah, we'll find out if Ignacio is ready to die here. He's in great shape. One of the other jacks folded pre-flop.
Oh, and a jack
Oh.
right in the window.
But 2 diamonds.
Oh, goodness.
So 12 outs for Ignacio. Waiting with bated breath.
How's the saying go? To be willing to live, you have to be willing to die, or something like that.
Amir Vahidi.
Yes, a 5 of clubs on the turn. Still 12 outs.
Wow.
An ace on the river. And 2 pair. We're going to lose our first player of the day. Ignacio Sole finishes in 7th place for 63,000.
Gets the knife twist, being told by Elena that she folded ace-jack, so even worse beat in his mind.
And so now that we're down to 6, I believe they're going to take a short stop down for some photos. Players will now also additionally receive 5 time extension chips.
Не, ну тебе так тяжелее, тебя лучше Понятно. Последний у меня тоже такого.
And Ignacio Sole, watch this, Tony. This is what I was talking about.
you guys behind.
I don't think we're going to get it live. Here's Sergio bringing in the time extensions. Yes. 5 more time extensions being delivered.
One more photo? We have one more photo of the 6 with the
And there it is. The elimination.
That is very Hunger Games.
All right, so we'll take that short break for a photo. 70 big blinds up top. And we'll be right back from WPT Cyprus at Chamada Prestige Hotel and Resort.
The craziest promotion in poker history starts now, and we've $2 million reasons why you'll want in. August 18th to October 5th, play a $10,000 daily crazy free roll every day and battle it out every Sunday in the epic $100,000 super crazy free roll. The wait is over. The craziest promotion in poker history starts now. Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The Super Giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com.
From Protection Poker.
Vladimir here with the decision holding ace-10 on the hijack. One of those hands that can do quite a bit of 3-betting, especially as the chip leader up against one of the medium stacks. I like this hand selection for the 3-bet.
Ilya had ace-5.
Nikolai, a very nice hand to take a flop with here. Never an ideal situation as one of the medium stacks in a 3-bet pot up against the chip leader at a final table, but certainly ace-queen suited too good to fold, and a great looking flop for Nikolai. Queen, Jack, 5. 2 spades, not a bad one for Vladimir either, holding the ace of spades here, also blocking some of the backdoor diamond combinations with that 10 of diamonds.
Will continue, makes it 600,000. Nikolai making the call.
Yeah, not wasting any time there. Very quick call. Be curious to see whether there's any timing tells going on or if he's generally acting quickly. Beautiful turn for Nikolai. Another queen. Imagine that will slow down Vladimir most of the time. Does check, looking for a king on the river. Oh, wow.
And there it is. Plenty of action here on the very first hand. A straight, and Nikolai putting out 1 million. Vladimir is looking back at his hand here.
Just a quick call, not going to raise. There is some risk of running into a full house here, and if you raise at a final table, your concern is that you might only get called by better hands. Queen, Jack suited, King, Queen suited, pocket 5s. Some of the concerns there for Vladimir. Nikolai had the one hand that may have paid him off had he jammed. I think it's a close decision on the river there, and certainly earlier in the final table, I would expect.
Here starting with Queen 4 offsuit, and he will fold.
In fairness, there wasn't much else he could have done. He was ahead the whole way until the river, and didn't even lose that much on the river. And look at this, Vlad.
Holy.
Pocket kings now. Just keeps getting better. Rafael with the King 9 suited as a quality hand to take a flop with, though he is badly dominated. But an interesting flop for him on Jack 10-8 with a heart. The open ender. Backdoor flush draw to go with it.
Vladimir bets 350.
I like that he's sizing up a little bit here. It's close to half pot, I think, on this coordinated board. the hands that do bet should size up fairly often. Uh-oh. Rafael check raising the king 9 suited. I do think this is good hand selection as a check raise bluff. Semi-bluff. It's such a wet texture that Vlad can't be happy to see that check raise, but his hand is much too good to fold. So he will make the call. 10 on the turn might slow or fall in the big blind down. It makes it harder for him to have the kind of 2-pair hands that would check raise the flop for value. Yeah, he does check. And I think there's merit to betting and checking for Vlad. He elects to check. Harmless 3 on the river.
This stage is Vladimir is going to call with just about anything, Tony.
On the turn, you mean?
And on the river.
Oh, on the river, it's going to be near impossible to make him fold. Maybe if Rafael shoves some of the time, you would consider it, but pretty ideal run out. You just have a great hand.
Sorry?
2.1, he does bet 3/4 pot here. As you can see, Vlad not thrilled with this development. I don't think he's going to fold, though. You know, you only beat bluffs. The dilemma is when Rafael checks the turn, most of his value range is like hands that turn to full house. I don't really think he's checking stuff like Queen 9 and 9-7 all that often. And so he's pretty thin for value here. Of course, he's thin for bluffs. I mean, many players don't even semi-bluff by check raising the flop much at all at a final table. So that's why you see Vlad struggling with this decision and laying out time extensions.
Pass. 4 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 raise. 300. 2 pass. pass.
Nikolai lets the deuces go.
7 pass.
Elena with Jack 9 also folds. Our chip leader still Vladimir.
Who may get involved with this ace 8.
300. 2 quarters.
This call. The 5s on the button. Like this a lot better than the call with 3s earlier. When you're on the button, you can play a lot of pairs, and especially now, 40, 45 blinds deep. James is deep enough to take a flop and proceed. Queen 7, 4, 2 spades. Not much here for Vlad. He does have the 8. Giving him 2 overcards and a backdoor. And I think that fold with the 5s facing a bet of 250 is just a bit snug. I don't think he can give up quite that easily. Vlad shouldn't have too many 7s, so you really only need to worry about, you know, pocket pairs and the queen. Yes, he'll have some king 7, some ace 7. But for the most part, that's a pretty safe card for you when you're James. And I think if you're going to fold to such a small bet, calling with the pairs pre-flop becomes a lot less profitable.
Seven pass. 8 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass.
Queen 10 for Rafael here.
4 raise. 2 million.
Just going to move in on Nikolai, whose 7 deuce is immediately in the muck.
Rafael's done a good job of increasing his stack here. Rafael from Belarus. Vladimir is from Georgia. Also have James from Great Britain. And 2 players from Russia. That'll be Nikolai and Elena. Pretty international field here in Cyprus. Kind of surprised there's not a single Turkish player at the final table.
Yeah, no luck for the Turkish contingent here in Cyprus this time around. Vlad, though, the ace-jack. Trying to bring the title to Georgia. Elena in the big blind with 8-7 suited has a very nice hand as 3 flop. That's what she'll do. And she finds a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Vlad with the same. But his ace high well out in front.
8 bet 200.
Going with the small bet. And at that price, I think Elena should see a turn here. Yeah, that's a little too snug. The 8-7 suited with the backdoor flush draw, getting 5 or 6 to 1 on the flop. Needs to see that turn, Matt Savage.
Yeah.
Of course, at a final table, I understand why players tighten up and don't draw 2 gut shots and backdoors as loose as they would, but just too much equity to be giving up for that price.
Been super impressed with the dealers and staff this week, Tony. It's not often that you come to these stops and really have no issues at all. They've been very good, worked very hard.
Yeah, tremendous dealers and staff here at Chamada Prestige.
Give them a shout out for sure. Well deserved. Nikolai now with queen 5 of spades. He lets that go. Elena with 7s in the small blind.
Small blind play. It's pretty weird under ICM. I like that she has started with a limp here. Oh, this could be fireworks. I think facing a raise, she should probably shove. I don't know. It's, again, ICM play is very weird. Blind versus blind, but I think these pairs that need some protection
550.
play well as shoves, especially against Vlad, who has just been by far the loosest and most aggressive player pre-flop. Yes, very nice play, and of course an immediate call from Vlad. And so essentially a cooler blind versus blind. Elena, the much shorter stack, is at risk here, but a little bit in front.
Well, we'll see if Elena can get these 7s to hold up. Jack 5-5, very good flop for her. 6 outs now for Vladimir to eliminate Elena in 6th place. An 8 on the turn.
No help. Only an ace or a king will eliminate Elena. 10 on the river. Safe run out. We'll bring Elena over 6 million in chips now. Won 2 flips already at this final table. That's what you got to do, Matt.
Absolutely. Like I said, in the history of the World Poker Tour, the 23rd season, only 2 women's names appear on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Can you name them, Tony Dunst?
Emma, I can't remember her last name. Emma in Montreal. Emma Zaimovich.
Yes.
Won in Montreal.
Correct.
I am blanking on the second one. Give me one moment to see.
Okay.
Was it the Invitational?
It was the Invitational.
Is it
I think it was
Mimi Lou?
season 2 or 3.
Mimi? Was it Mimi?
No. Fan Win,
Okay. Yeah.
wife of Men the Master.
How do you
Former
feel
wife of
about
Men
the Invitational being on the Champions Cup?
I mean, at the time, it was one of the very few events that we had, and so I think it made sense at the time. I
Yeah.
don't think it would make sense today, but the fact that it was part of the lore of the World Poker Tour, I'm okay with it.
There was like 500 players in those things, but
Correct.
it just wasn't a very serious tournament.
Right.
I remember first time I played it, I was drunk.
I played it myself a couple times, had a good time doing so, yes.
3 days, 400.
I was drunk and was on the same table as Don Cheadle, and he did not appreciate it. He wasn't loving it. Ilya here with the King Jack.
Have you since spoken to him about that?
No, I've never seen him again.
Oh, really?
Up to 400,000. Our blinds are up 100, 200K.
Yes.
Ball with a very nice hand to 3-bet fold here. These middling suited aces are some of the go-to 3-bet hands. Really, Rafael, to me so far, looks like the most studied player at this final table. I think he's playing really well.
And now
Vlad,
Vladimir, yeah.
tricky spot in the small blind. To me, Matt, I think he has a clear fold. I mean, these guys are basically tied for the chip lead right now, and when it comes to facing a 3-bet in front of you, you have to be really, really snug in this situation. But not everyone agrees with playing the ICM style of poker at final tables. So let's see what Vlad wants to do here with his 9s.
These time extensions have been replenished.
He's going to cold 4-bet. And I think the type of hands that would prefer to cold 4-bet are, of course, our big premium hands, and then stuff like ace-5 suited or ace-queen offsuit, intending a 4-bet fold. It's going to work out for him. Don't think Rafael can continue here with his ace-7 suited, but this cold 4-bet with the 9s looks ambitious to me. That said, it's much more entertaining to watch players go for it at final tables than play the snug style that ICM would prescribe. This is far more entertaining than just watching people fold every close spot.
Rafael used a time extension here, using them wisely.
Yeah, I don't know if he's genuinely thinking about continuing. Oh my god, he's 5-betted. Whoa!
How much?
I didn't turn nothing.
3.9.
Okay.
He is basically click 5-bet the ace-7 suited. This is riveting. To hell with ICM. We're playing street poker, Matt.
And at this point, Vladimir.
I mean, he should have folded to the 3-bet, let alone the 5-bet. So, yeah, I think you got to let that one go. Rafael
Been a
showing
while since we've
tremendous
seen a 5-bet.
instincts.
I like it. Been a while since we've seen a 5-bet.
That is,
commentary I've done. So that's
that reminds me of like 2010 era poker, where people would get into click wars pre-flop. Just kind of make a read and go with it. Reminds me a little of the hand from the World Series main event where Sean Deeb and Max Heinzelman got into a click war, and eventually the money ended up all in, like a 6-bet or something like that. And Heinzelman, like 6-bet all in, ace-6 offsuit. Sean Deeb called aces and lost for just a mountain of chips.
wow. Nice Sean Deeb shout out there if you're listening, Sean. Nikolai with King Queen here.
Yeah,
he's
player
now
of the
all
year.
in. 1.725.
1,725,000.
Vladimir's out. James will also fold. Ilya with Jack 3.
Quick win for Nikolai, trying to
Go,
rebuild his
Nikolai
stack.
gets this one.
Yeah, there was some controversy, debate this summer after Sean won Player of the Year. You know, some people felt that the grinder deserved it after winning the 50K in the main. Some felt that Benny Glazer, having won 3 bracelets, deserved it. But Sean Deeb, I want to say pretty far and away, not far and away, but, you know, pretty comfortably won it on points. So there was debate about whether that was
I mean, he had a
deserved or
very
not.
good summer. He won one of the bigger events of the summer.
Yeah,
and the
100K.
points were determined before the series started. So
I'm with you there. I
in
don't
my
think there is a
opinion, I think it's
debate.
fine. I don't think there's a debate either.
You create a format. He won under that format, and that's it.
7 plus.
Mizraki got the added benefit of making the Hall of Fame. I
He
think
stole your spot.
he's probably happy with
He
it.
stole your spot.
No, he didn't steal my spot because spot was never available. So it's actually probably a better thing because he would have just got in next year anyway.
Yeah.
Ace 10 for Ilya. Makes
Ball
the call.
here has the kind of hand that should do some isolating. He's really junky gapper hands. Shouldn't do it every time, but some of the time.
Does flop a pair with the threes, but Ilya
Quick
has
bet.
top pair aces and a bet to 200,000.
And with that bottom pair, Rafael will see a turn. Looking for a 9 or a 3, but it's a 5. I think Ilya's hand is good enough to barrel down here.
350.
Ilya bets 350 now.
This is a much better board for Ilya than Rafael. I think in Rafael's shoes, it's time to fold.
And he does it. Yes, some hotly debated things here this week. We did have another hotly debated topic in the building this week. Will Kassouf was here.
Will Kassouf.
He did actually present himself much better, I feel, here than he did in the last tournament that he played in, that we saw. And players actually enjoyed playing with him. I did an interview with some of the players that were at his table, and they enjoyed his banter.
He's not boring.
Yeah, he's not boring.
7 plus.
Could say a lot of things. Boring is not one of them.
Not one of them. I've played with him in the past when we did the party poker events up at Till Dusk Till Dawn. Will was often in the fields. We played quite a bit.
3 raise 400.
And I always found him entertaining to play with. His stalling wasn't an issue back then, as we see Ilya open the king-queen suited and take it down.
Yeah, we were keeping a good eye on him here, and I was actually had a conversation with him before the tournament started and said that kind of behavior would not be allowed here in Cyprus. And it was reiterated by the management team here that they were not going to allow the stalling and
Yeah, that's the big
antics. And to be honest, he didn't do any of it, so could have got just got lucky, but he represented himself okay here.
Raise 400. 2 pass.
Vladimir with ace king.
3 pass. 4 pass.
Raises to 400,000. Rafael folds. Nikolai folds, and Elena with 5-3.
I think this is just a bit weak to see a flop out of the big blind. And she seems to agree.
She does let it go.
Lets that one go.
Vladimir 6.9 million. Rafael has taken the chip lead. I believe this is the biggest score for everybody at this final table at this stage.
I thought I saw somebody that had a score of like 140,000.
Okay.
Can double check that.
Take a look.
2 pass.
Ilya's going out. Fall with queen 9 on the big blind now as our chip leader. We'll open it up to 400.
6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
Quick win. As the rich get richer.
James Mahoney's biggest score, lifetime 65,000. Ignacio had the score of 141. He has been eliminated.
Oh, okay.
Ilya's biggest score, 77.65.
All right.
Rafael, 4,682, and you said he's been playing quite well.
He's been playing very well, so it would not surprise me if he is a seasoned online poker player.
Okay, Nikolai Zadnov, 22,000. Elena's biggest score, 10,000. And Vladimir had a score of 65,000. So it is indeed the largest score for all of these players still remaining.
7.
Nikolai has moved all in for 1,725,000. Elena folds, and Vladimir with ace king, he moves all in. Nikolai in rough shape here. James with eights behind.
Yeah, I can't call after all that action. I think he could have called the initial jam, but now with Vlad all in, no decision here for the eights.
Gone through time extension.
Honestly, Matt, I think jacks are probably the decision here. Eights would be much too loose.
Eight does let it go.
Yeah.
So Nikolai's going to see the bad news here. He's got king 10 against the ace king.
All right, it is Jack 7-7 on the flop. No help for Nikolai. Needing a 10 or a running straight. Oh, a 10 of clubs on the turn. Nikolai now with the commanding lead here, looking to fade. An ace or a queen on the river. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Full house, 10s over 7s. Vlad with an unfortunate run here. He was a significant chip leader above 12 million.
Would you give me 25?
If you remember, he was facing that bet at 2.1 million on the river. If he had called that against Rafael, he would have had a commanding chip lead. Instead, things have disintegrated since then.
Nikolai Zadnov up to 3.85. And we see that smile. Smile we haven't seen since the first hand. Yep. Okay, thank you. Lovely to see poker taking off in different parts of the world. I mean, their cash games here were just jamming all week. It was a sight to see. Even all their side events did very, very well.
Yeah, the 5K prior to the main had a huge turnout, 230 or something.
We'll be back next year at Chamada Poker, the Chamada Prestige Hotel and Resort. 3 spades on the flop. Ilya with a jack of spades. Rafael with a pair of 7s. Ace, queen, 7 on the flop, all spades.
Pretty nice flop for Ilya. Second nut flush draw, gut shot to the 10. And as it turns out, 2 overcards over Rafael's pair.
Rafael bets 250.
Well, I think he could do a little bit of raising here. I believe he should mostly leave that for times he has the king of spades.
A 6 on the turn, 7 still in the lead, and Ilya will check. And a check behind. River cards, a deuce of hearts. Rafael has to feel good about that river card as Ilya checks. And a check. Sevens will be good for Rafael. Ilya with king high. Rafael will take down another pot.
Ilya hasn't shown much propensity to bluff or get out of line thus far. That was a spot worth considering. So Rafael, our clear leader, 12.8 million, good for 64 blinds. 4 players, bunched, I mean, really all 5 players behind, bunched between 19 and 30 blinds.
82,000 to the next player eliminated. 107, 142, 190, 255, and then 401, 100 up top, plus that seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. An event where Scott Stewart won over $3 million last year. Scott Stewart, also a shooting star at the upcoming Bay 101. A crowd favorite as always.
Nice guy, Scott Stewart.
Yes, he is.
Vlad with king queen. That'll get in there. James will make the call on the button with 9-8 suiting. Ilya with ace-10. I think if Ilya wants to play this hand, it should be a 3-bet. I would not like an overcall, but a lot of merit to squeezing here. Vlad has been raising too wide. James has been calling too wide. Got blockers to some really strong hands. This strikes me as a pretty good situation to go for it. But as we said, Ilya has leaned snug so far.
Oh,
wow.
James has flopped the world here. 8-8-9 on the flop.
And if Vlad checks, I'd really like to see James check behind. Very nice check. And that 10 of hearts is a card that could get Vlad in some trouble here. He picks up the gut shot, picks up the heart draw. Could tell himself that his overcards are still good. It's exactly what you're hoping for if you're James. Just a turn that gives your opponent what he believes is a lot of equity. And so he will fire out for 675, and I think this is a very reasonable hand to be betting with. We know he's drawing dead. Well, I guess Jack of Hearts is actually an out. James feigning some uncertainty here.
And makes the call. James really hoping for a heart here that is not.
I mean, I think the
Jack of Hearts.
Best card would be just an offsuit Jack.
Right.
I don't know that Vlad could put a mountain of money in on a heart on the river. I mean, Vlad should consider bluffing this river. You know, sometimes your opponent has the ace of hearts and is going to fold this river. So he does go for it for 750. A bet that is seemingly designed to fold out, you know, pocket sevens, pocket sixes, ace of hearts, jack, ace of hearts, queen.
750, yes.
You want to see a raise here, do you not, Tony?
Absolutely. Must raise this hand.
Looks like he's grabbing calling chips here.
There's so few hands you lose to.
There we go. Going back for more.
Yeah.
All in.
All in.
Yeah. You know, you can debate between making it 2 million or shoving. I don't know that there's a huge difference between the two.
Thank you.
Vlad, now down to 6th in chips. Not so long ago, he was our far and away chip leader.
Decline empty, please. Yes, one, please.
Elena with king 4.
Pass.
She folds. Vladimir with queen deuce now.
Pass.
Also lets it go. James.
Pass.
Ilya now on the button with ace 5 offsuit.
Raise 400,000.
Raises to 400. Rafael folds. Nikolai in there with his king 10.
Is that?
Flop queen 4-3. Gut shot straight draw for Ilya. Nikolai checks his king 10.
300,000.
And 300,000 from Ilya.
Quick pass from Nikolai.
Like the pace of play here from these players. Another hotly debated topic this year was the use of clocks. We call it the action clock on the World Poker Tour. What's your thoughts on clocks, Tony?
I think they are a positive whenever used. It's too bad we can't have them from the start of a tournament because you're talking about having just a ton of clocks and a ton of dealers who are really on top of things. But I like the way we do it on the WPT where the clocks are usually introduced approaching the bubble. And then in the money, you're generally playing with the clock. It's a little different property to property. But for the most part, I think they are very well used here.
And like I said, we've used them since 2016 on the World Poker Tour. So a lot of our properties have used them, seen them before. Dealers are a little more comfortable with them, but I really think it keeps the dealers in tune as well. And I think
400,000.
I've said that I think that they are the future and they should be used in all no-limit tournaments at some point. Already in Latin America, they're being used from the very start of the tournament. Another tour in Asia has already started using them from the very start of the tournament.
I didn't know that.
Without complaint, from what I'm told.
Yeah, I think when players have 30 seconds, they feel very comfortable with that amount of time. The only small issue you ever encounter with clocks is sometimes players feel like, oh, if I have a 30-second clock, I'm entitled to take all of that in approaching bubble play. But most people don't even abuse it like that. It's pretty rare you run into somebody who really tries to exploit the clock, if you want to call it that.
And those that are using 30 pre
Yeah.
do have rules that say you cannot use 30 pre all the time. And for us, we're using 15 pre on the bubbles, and at that stage, I'm okay with players taking.
Yeah, take your
the
15. That's
seconds.
fine.
Yeah.
6-5-4 on the flop. Pretty good one for Ilya. We've talked about it. Don't love opening these small pairs here on the medium stacks, but a pretty good board for his threes, and so facing the bet of 350, he'll make the call with all with the overcards and backdoor flush draw. 5 on the turn will give him some outs to counterfeiting the threes. A 6 or a 4 would be a nice card for him. Ace or Jack delivers a win as well. does go check, check. Queen of Hearts on the river.
Check.
Probably won't inspire a bet from either player. Ball may just work to showdown here and say, ah, well, every now and then I beat ace-high spades. I don't think I can get him to fold a pair. This might be one of the few pairs that Ilya would fold, and even that's uncertain. Yeah, he does check behind. So the pocket threes work out for Ilya there. Back around to Rafael. He's out with the 8-7. Nikolai with King Jack on the button with 16 blinds. Has a close one here. I think his hand's probably going to be better as an open than a shove, but both options worth considering.
Raise 400,000. Bluff.
Vlad has to go out.
Nikolai takes down another one. Nikolai taking that bad one, the very first hand of the final table, when he turned 3 queens and lost to a rivered gut shot straight.
Back on Ilya with King Queen. Up to 4.
400,000.
Round to Elena on the button with King 9 suited. Right on the borderline of getting in there. Could consider all 3 options here. She elects to fold. James, the Queen 9 suited would take a flop. So heads up between these two holding the same stack. It's a pretty good one for James. Flops a club flush draw and some backdoor straight draws. I think this would be a decent texture to check raise. But Ilya won't afford him the opportunity. Checks behind. 5 of hearts. And now if you're James, I think you need to start the betting. Goes pretty small.
425.
425. Should be enough to drive Ilya out. He doesn't have much in the way of outs here. I mean, technically he's in the lead, but he may imagine himself to be behind a pair. James, little celebration there. Yes, got it through.
It's okay to show a little emotion.
Thank you.
But are you giving away information?
Hard to say. Pocket sixes for Rafael.
Raise 400,000. Pass. Pass. Pass.
But James at the small blind has the Cowboys.
And we'll 3-bet. Makes it 1,075,000.
1,075,000. Pass. 1,075,000.
Rafael with a small pair, sixes. Does make the call.
Yeah, I guess for this price at this stack depth, we're receiving the correct odds to try and set mine here. Ace 5-4 on the flop.
Check.
Check from James.
And as I've always said, when you have kings, they are guaranteed to be an ace on the flop. Does check it.
750. Pass.
Fall. Oh, wow. Yeah, I think James should be betting the flop himself. He is going to be very weighted towards aces, so just check folding the kings there, especially to just third pot. Going to be too tight. And yeah, he should be the one starting the betting, not just check folding. These ace high boards, especially ace low low, as the 3-better under ICM, should be pretty favorable. Don't think you can give up that easily, as we see him get bluffed out there. And Rafael kind of working the final table over.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
James now making it 450 with ace-8 offsuit. Ilya right behind with ace-3. He lets it go.
Pass.
And Rafael with king-jack.
Very nice hand to take a flop with. Do not like a 3-bet at these stack sizes. And Rafael will make the call.
Answer.
James retains the lead, making second pair here on 10-8 deuce. Quick bet.
700,000. Pass.
Yeah, I worry a little about timing tells from James. If you watch him play, just, you know. Then again, I mean, he did like really kind of tank before value jamming the river with the full house. But just something to be mindful of, that he may be betting quickly when he has a clear decision and thinking a bit when he's less confident in his hand. I will say that before bluff jamming, he sort of very visually thought about it, if you know what I mean. Like, he seemed to be performing a little bit before moving in on the river. And so if I were one of his opponents, I would be watching him closely and seeing, you know, does he act quickly when he's sure of his action and therefore a little more confident in the strength of his hand? And does he deliberate a bit the times he's a bit unsure? Then again, some people just act quick all the time. So it might just be nothing. Ball with the 5-4 suited. Raises into the big blind of Nikolai, who has King-Jack offsuit. Very nice hand to see at flop. I even think Rafael could consider jamming this 5-4 suited pre-flop. Some of these suited connectors are around like 15 to 20 blinds when you're a big chip leader against a medium stack. Do just rip it in there.
Flop a gut shot for Rafael. 1 club. 8-7 deuce. Nikolai with the overcards.
Yeah, not a bad flop for Rafael. Somewhere around 400 feels right.
Best 450.
Frustrating situation for Nikolai. One of those spots where you suspect you're usually good, and yet at this stack size, it's very difficult to continue. That's why I like the sizing from Rafael. If you bet too small, give your opponent favorable odds to just like peel and force you to fire another barrel and maybe hit their 6-outers. But at that price, it becomes quite awkward and murky. Force a lot of those king-jacks of the world to end up folding.
Which he does here, and Rafael takes this one down, increasing that chip lead. Orange are those quarter chips. Purple are 100,000s. And Vladimir has very few of those 100K chips still in his stack. If you're Vladimir, you're feeling frustrated at this point.
Hard not to. When you were the commanding chip leader, and you may have found out that you were 1 call away from being overwhelming chip leader.
Right. So with the 30-minute delay, if he has people in the audience, it's very hard for them not to say, hey, you made a bad fold there.
Right. James going up with Queen-9 suited, Rafael with the 8s on the button.
You've always taught me not to be results-oriented, and at the time, it may not have been a bad fold.
Yeah.
Still doesn't make it feel any better when you find that out 30 minutes later.
Oh, what a flop for Rafael. I like that check from James, but it'll only save him so much money. This is a really good board for his hand.
One diamond there as well, Tony.
Yeah, a couple of couple of backdoor draws to go with his top pair.
Quick call. Turn card to Jack opens up a straight draw for James.
If I'm Rafael, sizing pretty big here. Would love to see this pot grow to a size where we could consider jamming the river. And a fairly coordinated board. The river is a 9 or a 10. It'll be very tough to get more value. He goes about half pot. Oh, a fine bet size to choose here, but I would like to see him go bigger. James can have over pairs, 2 pairs. Stuff like this that's top pair with the gut shot. Oh no!
Oh, wow.
Can you please give me a check so I can count?
Whoa.
This is a catastrophe, Matt. I'm not sure what Rafael is really considering here. I guess, I mean, there is a risk that you run into 9-10 or an overset, but like, if I'm Rafael, I'm like, okay, show it to me. You know. And yeah, this is ICM suicide from James. I won't mince words. I really don't like this play.
7,075,000.
I mean, you just have a tremendous hand to just call with. You've got outs going to the river, even against really strong holdings. You're usually, not always, but you're usually good just with your top pair and with shorter stacks around the table. Oh my God! Oh my goodness!
What is going on here?
9-10?
He didn't even go into time banks there.
Me? I can take it.
He's telling the truth. He's telling him that he folded eights.
But Elena said that he had 8-8.
One.
Nikolai now ace, queen, and all in.
What did I just watch?
I mean, he can only put him on 9-10 there, right?
I mean, I guess he could have queens or jacks, but again, I just don't expect people to shove those hands. Usually they might, look, even if they check raise you, they might check raise to 2.5 or 3 million. I mean, he shouldn't really be shoving much of anything. Nothing makes sense to just shove there. I mean, hell, I was like, oh, wow, I really don't like the shove with queen 9, but if your opponent's going to fold a set to you, then it's an amazing play, but... Like, in Rafael's shoes, I would not be super thrilled to call off with pocket eights, because again, like, your opponent's got better hands, and yeah, you know, maybe Rafael's just telling himself, like, hey, I lose to queens, I lose to jacks, I lose to 9-10 suited. I'm hammering this final table. I've got the most chips if I fold. I feel like I've got a big edge at this final table, but I would make my opponent show me. You got better than my pocket eights, and you played it like this. You got me.
People in the chat are saying he's never going to shove with 9-10 there.
That would be my concern as well. Like, you know, for the most part, people don't just jam it in there. They either call and let you continue to do the betting, or they check raise to like somewhere between 2 and 3 million, and then jam the river. I mean, again, he's not supposed to jam much of anything. And so the fact that my opponent really isn't supposed to jam much of anything made me go, I don't know what's happening here, but I got a set of eights, so whatever, man. Oh, no. Twice at this final table, we've watched somebody fold a hand that would have given them an overwhelming chip lead. I understand the kings fold a lot more than the set of eights fold. Wow. Oh. And another thing about the whole final table is if I'm at this final table, I would have researched my opponents the night before, found their hand in mobs, realized, okay, you know, they are not extensively experienced tournament players. There's a real chance that they just don't understand ICM that well and might make an overly risky play. So if I make a huge hand, like you're not going to get me off it.
Right. All right. Well, Rafael has eights again. Does not flop a set this time, but he has eights and fours, 2 pair. Ace-5 for Ilya. Rafael, an ace on the turn now. Ilya quickly checks. Rafael with his eights. Ilya takes the lead here and checks back. And the river card is a 3.
I'm like too shook from that previous hand to even do commentary on this one. I have thoughts, and I just like can't collect them after watching that hand.
Basketball Maven says, it's hard to fold a set, so give him some props, Tony.
No. I mean, I get it. I get it. You're just worried, like, okay, this guy hasn't done anything crazy. He's jamming in all these chips. We're big stack versus big stack. The value hands all beat me. I'm in control of this final table. I get it. I get it.
Ilya bets 400,000 on the river, and Rafael has already used one time extension. Thinking about calling with 2 8s, but not the 3 8s. And he does let that one go as well. That happens to be a good fold.
Folding machine.
He called himself a folding machine there, Tony.
I don't know, man.
I hope you don't have any dinner plans tonight, Tony. 3:32 local time. Elena folds 6 deuce. I wish you guys could see Tony here.
I'm
He's completely laid out here.
I'm not a fan of the 8s fold, but the Queen 9 suited jam, I can't even. I can't even. Oh my God.
This is one of those where I like to be in the audience when they actually see that, and the audience sees that on their computers or their telephones and says, "What happened there?"
Like, yeah, I can rationalize the 8s fold. I can see how you get there. I really do. I don't like it, but I can see how you get there. There's certainly a logic to folding the 8s there.
Crazy.
Oh boy, that Queen 9 suited jam though. I feel like I witnessed a horrible car crash.
Call. Call.
And it worked. Ilya now with King 7 of diamonds.
Have you ever watched those like disaster averted videos on the internet where like 2 cars are about to collide, or like a guy falls off his motorcycle and it looks like he's about to die, but instead he like lands perfectly on his feet?
Exactly.
That's what the Queen 9 suited jam was. He should be dead, and instead he's chip leader.
Ilya with a 3-bet to 1.1. Elena's considering using a time extension.
Props to Ilya opening his game up here. Like the hand selection with the King 7 suited. He's been quite snug at this final table, but he's using his image, and he's going after Elena, who's also been pretty snug. And nice sizing, nice stack size to pick on. Elena has 2 players at this table covered, so she should be pretty risk averse here. And that's a good fold from Elena. And a nice 3-bet from Ilya, who, with some newfound chips, opening up his game, showing some moves.
Call. Call.
Ilya Queen 8 raises to 400,000. Rafael Ace 6 suited. Rafael digging in here.
Raise.
And raises to 1.2.
1.2. Call.
As we
Nikolai
talked about,
folds.
I like using these suited medium aces for light 3 bets. Ilya has opened his game up here, opening Queen 8 offsuit on the cutoff, which is a bit too loose. But if you think your opponents are going to be too tight behind you, not a crazy idea.
Call.
Gets a fold. Rafael wins the pot.
James will fold the 4-3 first to act.
Ilya opening up here
Raise. 400.
with 400,000 with 9-5 suited.
We're seeing a whole new Ilya.
Yes.
Queen 8 offsuit on the cutoff, 9-5 suited on the hijack. And Nikolai here has a hand that is worth his remaining 16 blinds being in the middle.
Call.
Yeah, I think he's just a bit too shallow for calling here. I will say if he was on like 20 blinds, I would like the call. Especially because they don't know that Ilya has opened up so much recently.
Call.
Ace-8 folds from the big blind. But yeah, I think a missed opportunity for Nikolai to take this down pre-flop. Easy to say when I'm looking at the 9-5 suited, but
Now
I would
Ilya
have been in.
two pair here on this flop.
Yeah, it does get out-flopped here by the 3-outer.
So now a
Check.
real missed opportunity.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. And he's gonna
Bet. 400.
cost himself some more chips betting this.
Call.
Well, and more chips now. 6 on the turn.
Check. Check.
Check, check. 3 on the river. Ilya might consider a block here. Which would go pretty well.
Check. Check.
But instead it goes check, check on the river. Ilya takes that down, and his opponents learn that he has really opened up his game here.
You would have liked to see a bet from Ilya there.
It's thin, and your opponent shouldn't have too many hands that can call. But it's really hard for your opponent to have better. I mean, when he has a queen, he should pretty much always bet the turn. When he has tens, he should be all in pre-flop. So unless he's got like ace-9 suited or jack-9 suited or something, I would expect my hand to be good. I think a block feels about right. Ilya with the ace-8 suited now. Be right back in there.
Raise. 400.
King 10 suited for Rafael right behind. Type of hand and position where I think he will do best to 3-bet as opposed to call. If he were a button, I think his hand would play nice as a call, but in these positions, I think the King 10 suited would much prefer to 3-bet pre, and he seems to agree and makes it 1.2.
1.2.
And especially after seeing that 9-5 suited open, expect to get away with it even more. Vlad with the ace-8 suited, just on 7.5 blinds. We'll debate whether he can wait for a better spot or he wants to go with this one. He's going to go for it.
All in.
So he will have no fold equity here. Ball will make the call. He'll be behind, but as we know, an ace and an 8 were folded, so if ball makes a hand of some kind, it will be tough for Vlad to draw out. Yeah, and you see Rafael's surprise, like, whoa, I didn't think you would go with that hand there. But yeah, Vlad just seems ready to gamble a little bit here on his short stack, and as it turns out, he's a favorite, so let's go to a flop. 9-10-7, so the lead for Rafael, but Vlad still with 11 outs going to the turn.
Open-ender and the aces as well.
And there it is. He's going to lock this pot up. Oh, excuse me. No, Rafael has a heart flush draw. So Vlad still needs to fade the river to survive and double up to just under 4 million. And that's what he'll do, the 5 of diamonds.
It's never easy, Tony.
Never, ever easy.
1,550,000.
Nice double up here for Vlad.
Yes. 1,550,000.
There's Justin Hammer, your doppelganger. I like that video you guys made.
Yeah, check it out at Savage Poker on Twitter. Justin made a video in advance of my arrival here. He was here working the festival for a while. We're going to break here. James Mahoney is the chip leader with 10,075,000, just 26% of the chips in play. We'll be right back from WPT Cyprus.
The craziest promotion in poker history starts now, and we've $2 million reasons why you'll want in. August 18th to October 5th, play a $10,000 daily crazy free roll every day and battle it out every Sunday in the epic $100,000 super crazy free roll. The wait is over. The craziest promotion in poker history starts now. Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The Super Giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com.
And now with sixes, Rafael.
Raise. 300.
Raises to 300,000. Elena with ace jack, her first real playable hand of this final table. You think
And
they're
as
going
we
to
can
go all
see
in
from
here?
the graphic, she is moving in here.
All in, and there they go.
I think this hand would be too good to pass. Rafael has opened up his game some with the now tied for chip lead stack close to territory. So I think this is a very nice play from Elena. Facing a jam for 12 bigs, the sixes feel borderline. The problem is you'll never see a worse pair if you call with sixes. You're just hoping for the flip, and you'll see a lot of better pairs. I think Elena would shove eights plus. I don't know if she would shove
Throws out
sevens.
2 time extensions. Now when you do that, you instantly get 1 minute added to the clock, and that's what he's going to get here. We've used the action clocks on the World Poker Tour since 2016. A lot of discussion about clocks this summer.
Yes. Rafael will make the call. He'll be pleased with the result. You're hoping for a flip when you make that call. So a small edge for the sixes here up against the ace-jack suited. And Elena drills this flop, ace-ace-queen. She'd love to turn him dead.
4 on the turn. He has 2 outs to eliminate Elena. It doesn't happen. Very close, but a double up here for Elena with her ace-jack suited and a smile, as you can see.
Stay there in the water. Oh, beautiful water temperature. Great beach club. Ignacio with the ace-king suited. This hand is strong enough that it's worth considering just a min-raise here. Nothing wrong with open shoving as well. He has 10.5 blinds, but he should still have a min-raise fold range, and so you want to have the induce hands.
575.
Stuff like aces, kings, queens, ace-king suited.
Elena now with ace-jack, the hand that she doubled up with earlier.
1575? Yes.
She's on 3.6 million. What do you think, Tony?
I think she should fold. I know it's easy for me to say looking at the cards, but she'd be calling off almost half her stack here. There's 2 players to act behind. Ignacio is probably not going to have a worse ace than this, except maybe like ace-10 suited, maybe some lower suited aces. But I think you're just going to see a lot of pairs. Ace-queen, ace-king. And again, having 2 players to act behind you when 40% of your chips would be in the middle is awkward as well. I think ace-queen would be the cutoff in Elena's shoes. And it's not as though Ignacio shoved the cutoff. Then I would say, yeah, go for it. He's under the gun 7-handed.
A second time extension. She's down to 1 remaining. If she were to run out of time extension chips,
Fold.
Nice fold from Elena.
it would be an automatic fold. It's fold there. Now James with the ace-jack.
Closer decision for James. Nobody to act behind him. 9 blinds to call here. Still not an easy one. I'm I'm not sure what I would do in his shoes. He's going to make the call, though.
He's not going to like it when he sees the ace-king.
Yeah, we'll find out if Ignacio is ready to die here. He's in great shape. One of the other jacks folded pre-flop.
Oh, and a jack right window.
But 2 diamonds.
Oh, goodness.
So 12 outs for Ignacio. Waiting with bated breath.
How's the saying go? To be willing to live, you have to be willing to die, or something like that.
Amir Vahidi.
Yes, a 5 of clubs on the turn. Still 12 outs.
Wow.
An ace on the river. And 2 pair. We're going to lose our first player of the day. Ignacio Sole finishes in 7th place for 63,000.
Gets the knife twist, being told by Elena that she folded ace-jack, so an even worse beat in his mind.
And so now that we're down to 6, work very hard.
Yeah, tremendous dealers and staff here at Chamada Prestige.
Give them a shout out for sure. Well deserved. Nikolai now with queen 5 of spades. He lets that go. Elena with 7s in the small blind.
Small blind play is pretty weird under ICM. I like that she has started with a limp here. Oh, this could be fireworks. I think facing a raise, she should probably shove. I don't know. It's, again, ICM play is very weird. Blind versus blind, but I think these pairs that need some protection play well as shoves, especially against Vlad, who has just been by far the loosest and most aggressive player pre-flop. Yes, very nice play, and of course an immediate call from Vlad. And so essentially a cooler blind versus blind. Elena, the much shorter stack, is at risk here, but a little bit in front.
Well, we'll see if Elena can get these 7s to hold up. Jack 5-5, a very good flop for her. 6 outs now for Vladimir to eliminate Elena in 6th place. An 8 on the turn.
No help. Only an ace or a king will eliminate Elena. 10 on the river. Safe run out. We'll bring Elena over 6 million in chips now. And online poker player.
Okay, Nikolai Zadnov at 22,000. Elena's biggest score, 10,000. And Vladimir had a score of 65,000. So it is indeed the largest score for all of these players still remaining. Nikolai has moved all in for 1,725,000. Elena folds, and Vladimir with ace king, he moves all in. Nikolai in rough shape here. James with 8s behind.
Yeah, I can't call after all that action. I think he could have called the initial jam, but now. We are back at the WPT Cyprus Championship. doing a little bit of coloring up. James Mahoney, after that wild Queen-9 suited versus pocket 8s. The set on the flop hand is our chip leader, barely edging out Rafael and Ilya. And we have 2 players on 16 blinds in Elena and Vladimir. Nikolai remains our short stack. He suffered an unfortunate hand early against Vlad. 400,000 up top for our winner plus a seat in the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas.
We continue with 125, 250, 250.
Ну да, мне тоже кажется, там народ. Тяжело. Ну да, да, да. Ну и как бы зачем там сет валетов просто засовывать?
Fall here with the Queen Jack.
Raise 500. Call. 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 Call.
Up to 500,000. We are playing 125, 250 now, the 250K big blind.
Call.
У меня 3900. 4 у вас, да?
Raise up, check.
Ilya, the Jack deuce of diamonds, takes a flop, but doesn't find much on 9-4-3. 2 hearts. As you can see, we've got these yellow 500K chips in play now. Falls bet of 800K, we'll take it down there. The overcards and the backdoor draws. With that, I believe he will recapture the chip lead from Ilya. He's been the man to beat for most of this final table. Nikolai with king 6.
Call.
Lets that one go. Elena with the king 7 suited on the hijack.
Call.
Shuffled that one as
Call.
well everyone around to Ilya on the small blind with the ace queen suited. Just limping in there. These two as the co-chip leaders, really Rafael with the edge now. I understand why Ilya is taking a limp-heavy strategy in the small blind. Exactly what you want to do as the second stack up against the chip leader with short stacks around you. So limp check. Ilya with 2 overcards and a backdoor club draw. We'll bet 250. Rafael with bottom pair. Might be considering a raise here. Sometimes players raise these bottom pair hands for a bit of protection. That is what he'll do.
Raise.
Makes it 650. Will Ilya give up on his overcards here? Nope, he'll call and see a turn. Nine of spades on the turn.
Check.
Not a card that should inspire Rafael to continue betting. Some of the hands that Ilya continues with are stuff like 8-7, Jack-10, 9-10, 9-8. So a pretty favorable card for Ilya's range. Rafael does check behind. And with a 10 on the river, if he can get the showdown, he'll win. But Ilya, perhaps contemplating a bluff. This hand may be a little good here for that, although tough to get to the river with worse than ace high. So worth considering. That's what he'll do here. 650, and that gets the quick fold from Rafael, so really nice work from Ilya identifying that his ace high was unlikely to be good at showdown and that bluffing was the only way to win. These two almost in a dead heat for second chip position. I forgot that James Mahoney was actually slightly ahead of them. So really a three-way tie for the lead, but James does have the lead. Elena and Vlad with 16 blinds, Nikolai with 10.
Fairly short, as it did take quite a while to make that final table last night. Some passive play as well. People folding sets at this final table. Have you recovered from that yet, Tony?
Yeah, I think so. It was still just, you know, hell of a hand to witness. Ace-9 suited for Elena. First to act here. Up to $500,000.
500. Pass. Pass.
But Rafael with jacks in the small blind. And with Nikolai on a short stack behind him, I think he'll probably just move all in pre-flop. Elena opened off of about 17 bigs, so I don't know that there's much merit to calling or 3-betting small here. He's gonna think this one over before acting. He is all in.
Pass.
And Elena forced to fold.
The yellow chips are 500K. The purple chips are 100K. The orange chips are 25,000. Total of 38,750,000 chips in play. First place, $400,100, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship in Wynn, Las Vegas. We're streaming on YouTube. If you have some questions, feel free to fire them at us. I'll make sure our professional commentator, Tony Dunst, will answer them.
Raise 575.
James going up with the king-queen. Ilya right behind with king-jack suited. I think a close decision here between calling and 3-betting.
Pass. Pass.
Folding.
Pass.
Not what I would have expected.
Okay. Elena with queen 4. She will let that go.
Yeah, I think a little snug on that hold from Ilya. We saw him make some loose raises earlier, and I would have rather seen him get involved with the king-jack suited there than some of those hands like queen-8 offsuit or 9-5 suited that we saw him raise. I don't know, James' opponent's giving him a lot of respect. Fall with the ace-3 will open the cutoff. Nikolai very card dead. He's out on the button. Elena, short in the small blind, will let that go. Vlad with jack-2 suited in the big blind. Likely to see a flop. It's the flop we go. 10-10-6. Not much here for either player. A better board for our raiser. Small bet should get the job done.
Had a great week here at Chamada Prestige. It's plenty of side events, a fantastic turnout for their high roller, and they have a super high roller going on today. That will finish as well alongside this final table of the championship here. 775 entries started. And we're down to this final table of 6. Folds, Nikolai folds, king deuce. Elena with queen 10 on the button.
Just 12 bigs. A little bit of an awkward stack size here. I think her hand's worth a min raise. But Elena has been pretty snug at this final table. Vlad now in the small blind may want to move his king 9 in. Just 12 bigs, yeah, he's going to go for it. And James in the big blind will not be able to call him with 10-4 offsuit.
He does fold. Vladimir wins this pot.
Round to Rafael. The ace deuce of diamonds.
Raise 500.
Makes the min raise.
Bluff.
Elena with ace queen suited has the hand she's been waiting for.
All in.
She is all in.
Pass. 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 Pass.
All the way around. And Elena wins this one.
Takes down her first pot in a while. Nikolai has never been so card dead. I don't think we've seen him play a hand in ages. That's not because he's been tight. Elena with the ace-10. Good hand to raise here. Ooh, jeez. Man.
Pass. Pass. One.
They will call in the small blind. Rafael with sixes. Could raise or check. He will make the raise
900.
to 900, and that should end this hand. E3 suited, a little ambitious to call a raise. Ilya seems to agree.
Let's let it go.
Pass.
Ace king for Vlad here.
He's all in.
He's going to open shove. I think a bit much to be open shoving here. Won't matter because James will take him up on that.
Will not.
Either way, he will be taking him
will,
up on
okay.
that. I think had he opened James with a 3-bet and put him in.
Right.
I just think open jamming 15 bigs in the hijack is really not something you ever want to be doing on a final table. I don't know, maybe there's a couple of hands.
650.
It's not many.
3,650,000. Razor lane.
James gonna jam behind him. I don't know about that one either. I don't think he should be reshoving. If one of your opponents wakes up behind you and jams, you want to have the option to fold pocket tens. The other two big stacks are right behind him there, so James kind of gets away with one there. He's in a flip to become the big chip leader.
Flop is queen 5-4. Vladimir needs an ace or a king with 2 cards to come. A 3 on the turn. Now add deuces to his outs for a straight. Total of 10 outs. And we'll go to the river. And it is a spade, but he does not have one, and we have an elimination.
Yep.
Vladimir has been eliminated.
Came
And
in as our
James
chip leader,
takes down
built
the
that
one.
lead, and then made an unfortunate fold, an understandable fold, but an unfortunate one up against Rafael, and it was all downhill from there.
You go home, Tony. Look back on that one with regret.
Congratulations, guys, with 6 figure score.
And there it is.
Eliminated.
They eliminated. Because if it's bad somebody, it's eliminated. Yes.
For the first time,
Yeah.
Squid Game.
It's the same, I think.
winning that race made you about 20-something thousand.
Yeah.
Made all of it.
Pass. Raise 500.
Now Rafael, the ace-8 behind the open from Ilya, could choose to 3-bet here. And he will.
Raise 1,500,000.
Goes up to 1.5.
Pass. Pass.
Gets away with that one. And after Ilya got caught opening that 9-5 suited, he may face some extra 3-bets from Rafael behind him. Especially with Nikolai just having 5 big blinds. It's a great time to attack the other medium to large stacks. Rafael doing a really nice job of that. I think Rafael's played an excellent final table. You know, of course the 8s fold look like a big blunder when you know what his opponent had, but otherwise I think he's played a fantastic final table. Really done the most with the cards that he's had. Attacking his opponents, the 3-bets pre-flop, making good choices post-flop, navigating the blinds well.
Pass.
James gets a walk with the ace-10.
Said he was snapping there.
I want to throw your cards in the box. You know? You could be tied. Or if you just put the pressure on the pocket, it's okay. Okay. Pass.
Nikolai with 9s, finally.
All in.
A hand to play here.
And he's moved all in. Elena with queen 8 folds.
Yep.
1,150,000.
He is so short that Ilya called pretty wide in the big blind. He'll need some semblance of a hand. And even James thinking about this in the small blind with queen 10. Bit of a surprising call. I think he can save his money there and let that one go, but he is going to end up being in a flip here.
2 overcards, the queen 10 versus 9s for Nikolai. Oh, the pain in his face from Nikolai.
All right, can he win a flip?
I saw a 10. It's ace, 10, and 7.
It's funny, Nikolai played a huge all-in at my table on day 2, and he did the same thing. He kept his eyes closed. Well, a 9 or an 8 on the river, provided it's not a club, would give him the win. Can he find it? No, he cannot. Nikolai goes down with a pair of 9s. James scores one more elimination. Continues to stack chips.
And we've lost another one. Down to the final 3.
4, I believe, right? 4.
Is that 3 or 4?
Isn't Elena still in?
Ah, Elena's still in. That is correct. How do you feel about that, Tony?
Love it. Absolutely love it. We used to even say that as a joke to each other sometimes when we'd be playing online. You'd knock somebody out and you'd go, eliminated.
Oh, it's beautiful. So down to the final 4 players. Players have now earned at least $142,000.
Ilya limping the small blind Rafal, raises up to 10-7 in the big. I talked earlier about how I really liked Ilya's limp heavy strategy from the small blind at these stack sizes. He's limping medium strength hands, he's limping his really good hands. It's exactly what you want to do while you're fairly deep, blind versus blind at a final table, and especially while there are other short stacks around the table. Ilya also doing a good job of not calling some of those junkier hands and bleeding chips to Rafal.
James folds. Ilya ace queen. Do you think that Elena has to open up her play a little bit here four-handed, or?
Certainly four-handed now that there's nobody to try and outlast. Yes. And this is exactly the kind of hand that needs to be in there for 12 blinds, and I think she will commit her stack, and as we know, she'll be in very bad shape against Ilya. Here she goes. Quick call from Ilya. He'll like what he sees.
Is coming all the time on this table today.
Well, whatever happens for Elena here, her biggest tournament score going into this final table is $10,000. She's locked up $140,000, so tremendous run. If she can find a 10 or some clubs, she may prolong that run, cash for even more, but she's going to need some help. Let's go to a flop. And there are two clubs, 5-5-3. Oh. 9 of clubs on the turn. She will make a flush. Double up here. Ilya drawing dead.
Sorry. No worries.
It's been a good day to be all in and behind, Matt. We've seen a lot of players in bad shape manage to find the win here at this final table.
175.
Elena Litvik doubles up here in a big pot. Just getting chipped over some banana-flavored chips.
Ilya takes a significant hit to his stack.
Want to discuss the deal? I'm in.
She says, if you want to discuss a deal, I'm in.
I see one head shake, and somebody said too early.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about deals, it has to be agreed upon by everybody?
Yeah. I have to think that Rafael kind of knows he has a significant edge at this final table. Like, I would be surprised if he's in a deal-making mood.
No, come on. Not
Yeah, I think he was the one that quickly vetoed that idea and says, I'll probably go out in fourth. Ilya now with king-queen suited. We'll get right back to work. And he's just going to open jam. I don't think this is a bad play or anything, but I would prefer to see him min-raise. He's got 16 blinds. And I think both James and Elena have been snug enough pre-flop that I wouldn't worry about getting blown off my hand by inferior holdings. So I prefer to have the option to raise and then fold if I face a 3-bet. Well, Matt, any predictions for the upcoming NFL season?
Yes, the Dallas Cowboys go to the Super Bowl.
You can get some long odds on that one.
Once again.
I don't think they've done that since the 90s.
That is correct. Knock it off, Tony. Rafael raises to 500,000. Elena with the ace-6 of clubs.
In fact, when I think about it, pretty much every time they've showed up in the playoffs since the 90s, my Green Bay Packers have been there to kick them in the nuts.
Yes.
Just some savage losses there.
He did catch it, Tony.
Dez did catch it.
Yes.
I believe that as well.
Oh, she is going to raise here. A raise to 1.3 million.
We like this 3-bet.
And Ilya with ace-queen.
Nice hand selection from Elena. She's got a good snug image. She's going to get away with this. Maybe even force Ilya to fold ace-queen here. You know, there's some other players I think he would cold 4-bet all in against. And he may still do that here, but you can see him agonizing knowing that Elena has been the tightest player at this final table. Did he just use all his time bank chips?
No, he just put them out there. If you do throw them into the pot,
you only use what you spend?
Yeah, you only, no, because he hasn't put them actually fully in the pot.
I see.
He just puts them out there so where they can see them. That's the right thing to do. Do not throw them into the pot. He looks like he might fold this, Tony.
I think I would in his shoes. We just haven't seen Elena get out of line at all. We've seen some snug folds from her. So if you've been fed information on breaks and your friends say, hey, Elena's playing really tight, you know, if you have any close spots, just overfold to her. I would fold in Ilya's shoes. And apparently I would be wrong. Really nice timing and hand selection from Elena here. 3-betting this ace-6 suited. And he goes for it. Ilya pulls the trigger. And Elena, her first light 3-bet of the final table, backfires.
Ilya all in for 4,625,000. And as you said, Tony, she's been playing quite snug. I would expect a fold here.
Yeah, she certainly should not call.
And there it goes.
All right, so besides your homer pick of the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl,
I'm going to put a prop out there. I want you to give me odds on it.
okay.
I think Joe Burrow is going to throw for 50 touchdowns this year.
That's a lot. When was the last time anybody threw for 50
It's
touchdowns?
happened 3 times.
Was Tom Brady one of them?
Yes.
Yep. Trying to think the other times. Lamar came pretty close like last year. He had like 48 touchdowns.
41 or 42.
I'm pretty sure Lamar's had like a 48-5 season or something. Lamar's outrageous. Jeez, 50 touchdowns. So Tom Brady did it once or twice?
Once.
Once. Probably late in his career, too.
Fairly late in his career.
I don't think Aaron Rodgers ever hit that number.
No.
Was it... By any chance, was it Drew Brees?
Nope.
It's not Drew Brees. Dan Marino?
No.
No. I don't think Brett Favre ever hit that number, did he?
No, he did not.
Jeez, 50 touchdowns is absolute ton.
James raises a 625 here.
I will say, with the Bengals defense and the fact that they are looking into trading Trey Hendrickson and how stacked they are on offense, it's not the craziest theory I've ever heard. Let's talk about this hand, then we'll get back into that. James raising the Queen Jack, Rafael defending the Jack 8. Both players missing on Ace 3 deuce.
400,000.
Quick bet of 400K from James should wrap this one up. All right, I'm having a deep think about who else has thrown for 50 touchdowns in a season. It's really a question of who was a really good quarterback who had a bad defense and had to throw a lot. It might have been Dak Prescott.
No.
There was a season where he really, I guess he threw over 5,000 yards or something, right? There was a season that offense was
yes.
nuclear. I'm getting
You only got 1 of 3?
1 of 3. Ben Roethlisberger?
No.
Phillip Rivers?
Negative.
Ugh.
Elio at the weight 8-7. He's folding. Rafael with a 10-7.
Matt Stafford?
Negative.
Wow, this is a really tough trivia question.
It's not that tough.
It is tough.
You'll say, oh,
25.
of course. When you hear one of them for sure. Fall raise, a good raise, 825. Gets the tight Elena to make a lay down there.
I'm stumped here. Kurt Warner.
No.
Damn.
All right, Ilya under the gun here. He folds, not a Rafael, who's raising now to 500,000. Elena lets it go. James with Queen Jack.
I don't think this was it. Kind of a deep pull, but Matt Ryan?
No.
No, okay.
Flop is 998, Rafael. Flops a pair here for 2 pair with his 8. James with the gut shot straight draw.
I like that check behind from Rafael.
And now a full house for Rafael.
Wouldn't mind a bet from James here either.
Check.
He checks.
I'm so stumped by this. Carson Palmer?
No. They've answered in the chat, but Tony's not looking at the chat.
I'm not looking at the chat. Chat is too smart. They know the answer to this. They might have Googled it, though.
Yes.
I mean, I've named so many great quarterbacks who threw for huge numbers, and yet no, 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 no. Oh, Peyton Manning. Come on. Peyton Manning.
Correct.
Peyton Manning.
He threw for 55 touchdowns.
Wow.
I think in 2012 or 13.
Was that his first Denver Broncos year? That offense was
I think
unbelievable.
so. Yes.
And so there's a third one.
I went to that Super Bowl.
That was a garbage Super Bowl.
It was terrible. I had great seats, 50-yard line.
You're expecting to see an
Levi
all-time
Stadium.
showdown between like one of the best offenses ever and one of the best defenses ever. And from the first snap, it was a fiasco.
That's terrible.
Elena here with a pair of deuces on the button, holding 18, 19 blinds. I think she's a little deep to get involved here. We've talked about how the small pairs shrink up under ICM. Yeah, I don't like that open. I understand why players do this. You have to study a lot of ICM to realize how bad the pairs become under ICM. And, you know, she gets away with it. Not a crazy raise or anything, but just worth pointing out. The small pairs just do not perform well under ICM.
Perhaps she's getting credit for her snug play.
Yeah, that as well. Okay, so Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. Disappointed with myself for not getting Peyton Manning before. That was obvious. But the third one.
Brady threw for exactly 50, as did the other player.
Exactly 50.
Peyton Manning has the all-time record with 55.
Wow. I'm getting pretty close to just asking for the answer, but I want one or two more minutes to think this over.
The Buffalo Bills may take the next step this year. Has nothing to do with the question.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess I'll just throw it out there, even though I don't think it's the case. Was it Mahomes?
It was Mahomes.
It was Mahomes!
Yeah.
All right.
In 2018.
Yeah, I was going to say that first year he was a starter. They were prolific.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill. I think had 18 or 20 touchdowns, something like that. 18.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 of the 5 best quarterbacks to ever play.
Yeah. Both players flop a pair here. 8s for Rafael and kings now, 3 of them for Ilya.
Could be an expensive turn for Rafael. I don't know if he's going to fold for $500,000 more on that turn.
I certainly wouldn't. Wow.
Wow.
What
Impressive fold from Rafael.
I don't like it.
I don't think I would fold in his shoes, and yet perhaps he's watched Ilya play enough post-flop to know that he's just not that aggressive post-flop with draws. I don't know. You're blind versus blind. I would not have given up there for, 40% pot. But credit to Rafael, knowing his opponent, making a snug fold there and being right about it. So, all right, we'll put those 3 players on the 5-man Mount Rushmore of the NFL. Who are your other 2?
Those are 3 of the best?
Yeah.
Not Tony Romo, but it's close.
Please. And I'm a Tony Romo believer. He was a really good quarterback who never got enough credit. But come on now. Elena here facing the open from James. James with the 9s. Elena with the type of hand that could rejam pre-flop. We talked about using the low-suited aces. Big blind versus cutoff. It's a bit more thin, but worth considering. She elects to call. And she gets an ace 8-6 flop that puts her well in the lead.
Check.
To me, Matt, there's one clear guy you can't leave off a 5-man Mount Rushmore. Jack of clubs on the turn.
Check.
Okay. Don't tell me, though.
300,000.
300,000 from James.
Call.
I think I'd rather see James bet the flop than turn here.
Third ace. Now you're going to say Joe Montana, so that's 4. Was that the one you were thinking?
Hold on, please.
It was not, but I think that he is very worthy of an inclusion.
Elena takes this one down.
Thank you.
Dan Marino?
No, but he would also be worthy of the 5 spot. In my mind, Dan Marino was the first great prolific passer in NFL history. His record stood for a long time, and until the NFL evolved, it looked like his records might stand forever.
No, you're not going to say John Elway.
No, Elway's great. He's more of a top 10 than top 5 guy, though.
With 1 card. 3 of diamonds, not playing. Pass. Pass.
In fact, I would say, unless you're somebody who really believes in rings culture, you could put this guy ahead of Mahomes. Just because Mahomes, look,
You're
he's
a guy that does not believe in it?
I'm just saying, if you're somebody who's not really big on rings culture, you could put this guy ahead of Mahomes.
Troy Aikman.
No.
Raise. 750. Pass.
James gets that raise through with Jack 4 of hearts. Not big on rings.
I will say that when I consider who I would give the 5 spot to, you named 2 of the 3 guys that I would debate in my mind who deserves that.
Okay.
But I think there's a pretty clear, this guy should be number 4 probably. And if we're talking just overall talent, arguably number 1.
Michael Vick.
No, but I mean, as far as talent, at his best, he was amazing. But I think Lamar is a better talent than Michael Vick. Elena here with ace queen on the button.
Raise.
Up to 500.
Pass.
Billy in the big blind with a borderline queen 3 offsuit. I think he's making a good fold there.
Dan Fouts. It's got to be Marino.
Not Marino. Again, I think Marino is perfectly fine as your 5th choice. Okay. But I think there's somebody clearly ahead of Marino.
Well, the guy that threw for most yards, I think, is Drew Brees.
That's the 3rd one I was thinking, that if you want to give him the 5 spot, I think that's fine.
Okay.
He's got a ring. He's thrown for the most yards. Excellent efficiency throughout the course of his career. But no, the 4 spot in my mind, I can tell you if you want. It's Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, come on.
Look at the stats. It's not even close.
Come on. Here she is with aces. Elena with aces.
I think maybe the only 4-time MVP in league history.
Right.
Just outrageous efficiency through the course of his career while putting up prolific stats. Has a Super Bowl ring.
Probably should have retired 3 years ago.
Yeah, probably should have retired 3 years ago.
Ruining his legacy right now.
Yeah. Rafael here with the deuces. Will likely take a flop. Oh, he's going to go all in.
All in, wow.
I was going to say, I do think jamming is very worth considering in his shoes. My concern is that Elena's opening range is tighter than the other players. So 25 blinds effective, I don't like it as much as I would against some players. Easy for me to say when I'm looking at Elena's aces, but I think this is a very defensible play from Rafael. Instead, he finds himself in really bad shape, and Elena is one all-in away from being our chip leader. What an incredible spot. A deuce on the flop!
Oh, my goodness.
And look at the stoicism of Rafael. Just no reaction at all.
Holy cow. Ah.
Wow.
That's
Well,
pretty gross.
some extra outs, a 4.
4 outs. 4 or ace.
Oh.
4 or ace. 2 fours to ace.
Well, if it makes her feel any better, she would get stacked on this board post-flop anyway. 7 on the river and a brutal beat to end Elena's tournament. In 4th place, she played great at this final table. Her largest tournament cash going into this event was $10,000, and so she cashes for 14 times that, I believe, right? 140,000, or is it more now?
140,000.
140,000.
Yep.
So congrats to her on the 6-figure score. And I know those beats are really, really painful, but also the kind of thing where you tell yourself, well, nothing I could have done. Nothing I could have done. Back to our quarterback conversation. I think obviously Brady, the clear one. And after that, you can kind of put almost anybody at the 2 spot, in my opinion, of those guys, because, you know, Mahomes has more rings, but obviously he's only about 30 years old. You're looking for the...
Montana has more rings.
Montana is 4.
4,
yeah. But, you know, just because he's from a different era, the stats don't measure up. So it's a little bit comparing apples and oranges. How do you compare his greatness to a Peyton Manning, to an Aaron Rodgers, or something like that? But when you say Manning, Breeze, Rodgers, you can make an argument for any of them. I mean, all 3 of them just have, like, incredible stats, incredible efficiency. 1 ring, no, excuse me, Peyton Manning has 2 rings. Although he didn't really win that last one. He could barely throw.
Yeah, that's correct.
For that last one, you know. But it counts. It counts all the same.
550.
550, James. Going up here. Up against the limp from Rafael with 8-7. Makes the call. Queen 5-3.
Rafael does have the 7 of hearts in his hand. Pair of 3s for James.
500,000.
James bets 500,000. Rafael makes a call.
Raise 1.2
Oh, sorry, 1.2.
Wow. I don't know about this one, Savage.
Might just get a fold, though.
I think he probably will. And he does.
Fall wins the pot.
Yeah, assuming Aaron Rodgers' leg doesn't fall off, he should be number 5 on the all-time passing chart after this year.
Okay.
For touchdowns, wait, that's receiving. To me, there is absolutely no debate on the all-time greatest receiver. That's just an easy one.
Randy Moss.
You could argue he's the most talented.
Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice, of course.
Yes.
I think Randy Moss probably was the most talented wide receiver ever. But Jerry Rice is the GOAT, and it's not even close.
What do you want?
And Emmitt Smith, of course, is the best running back of all time.
I would listen to that.
All right, there you go.
I'd listen to that.
That's end of the discussion then.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Rogers will be.
I got to see Barry Sanders play too. That was pretty.
Actually, yeah. Sorry, Barry. It's Barry.
Yeah.
And people held up the thank Barry for your record. Emmett signs. The day Emmett broke the record, but yeah, just overall talent. Barry Sanders is one of one.
Rafael Chamada, the chip leader, 76 big blinds, 18,975,000. Just about half the chips in play. Down to the final 3 players. Players are readjusting their positions.
Is box 5 working? I think box 5 is not working. Why is box 5 working? Okay. It is.
Players have all earned at least 190,000. Second place 255. First place 401 100, which includes that seat to the 10,400 World Championship in Wynn, Las Vegas. We are at the Chamada Prestige Casino and Resort here in Cyprus.
Small blind, please.
And while I have time, there's at least 2 million reasons why it's the perfect time to join WPT Global starting August 18th. They're launching their craziest promotion ever with 2 million up for grabs and daily free rolls until October 5th.
Fall going up to $500,000 with the ace-4 suited.
You must be 18 plus and gamble responsibly, excuse me.
Let's 4-3 offsuit. Go from the big blind.
Also, don't forget to download Watch WPT to catch all the classic WPT moments. A lot of them with commentary from the fabulous Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, and of course, Tony Dunst, who has done a fantastic job for commentary for many years for the World Poker Tour.
Been watching a lot of Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten commentary lately. We're doing this new segment on the WPT Instagram called WPT Rewind, where we take classic WPT hands and remix them into a more internet-friendly format.
Okay.
And I've been both taking hands that we put on social media already and kind of remixing them into that format and digging through some of the old episodes to try and find hands or sequences of hands. Good to hear Mike's voice.
I've seen some that you've done. It's been fantastic
Thank you.
to watch.
I'm very excited about a couple of the ones that we have coming out on the horizon.
Very nice. You can find those on Instagram, you said?
On Instagram.
Okay. World Poker Tour. Make sure you check that out.
750.
Also, if you want some fresh new WPT gear, go to shopwpt.com. They have really upped their game on shopwpt.com. A lot of cool stuff, cool items. Some retro t-shirts. I have a couple of those. And the hats are really, really cool. Also, upcoming stops on the World Poker Tour, WPT Prime Lodge, October 9th through the 13th. The WPT Shooting Star comes back to life October 24th to the 28th. The Best Bet Bounty Scramble, November 14th through 18th. And of course, we come back to Seminole Hard Rock, the Rock and Roll Poker Open, the 28th through the 3rd. And of course, don't forget our WPT Championship at Wynn Las Vegas in December. Ilya, his nickname is Ta-La-La. And James will take this one down with 2 9s.
Fall with the 7 deuce of spades. Fold that one. James with ace king in the small blind limps in. 20 blinds deep. Yeah, you can do some trapping with ace king offsuit here. So for anyone who thinks like, why isn't he raising here? A lot of the time you see around this stack depth, you see some ace king or ace queen being used as the trapping hand. Queen 8-8. Misses both players. 250 is the bet from Ilya. It is 10-6. Gets a quick call from James. 6 on the turn will deliver the lead to Ilya. Another small bet of 250. An affordable price for James to see a river. So a queen, a viable out. Ace or a king also delivers the win, but a 3 no good. So we'll probably go check, check, and he's going to win this pot. Ilya takes it down. Valuable pot to get there. All right, Matt, I got one more quarterback question for you.
Okay.
There are 4 clearly tier 1 quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
Okay.
In any order you like, rank them. I'm willing to hear the argument that you could put them in any whatever order.
Are we talking fantasy football or pure quarterback?
Just pure talent, quarterback. Put it this way. Let's say you're a coach. You got a good team. And not worrying about their age or their contract or anything like that. You get to install one of these guys as your quarterback this season. Which of those 4? Or how would you sequence those 4? How would you draft those 4? It's just, I'm trying to win the most games. I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. I can even name them for you.
I know all 4.
Yeah, it's very clear in my mind which those 4 are.
To win the Super Bowl, you have to put Mahomes first.
Yep.
But that's, regular season versus playoffs. I'm going to go Josh Allen. But that's regular season.
Yep. I don't think their playoff losses have been Josh Allen's fault at all. He's been tremendous in those games. It's his defense that's let him down. 9-8-6 on the flop between Ilya and Rafael.
1 heart on that board. Ilya has 10 deuce of hearts.
300 minimum.
And Ilya will lead out and win this pot.
It was 250, but big blind is 300.
The most fun to watch is Lamar Jackson.
Well said.
Pure talent. I'm going to go Joe Burrow.
It's amazing what we're watching right now.
I know. It's
amazing what we're watching. 4 guys of that caliber all in the league at the same time.
But I also think that Joe Burrow has probably the best wide receiver in the league. So.
And like another top 15-ish guy.
Yeah.
T. Higgins. But yeah, I think Chase or Jefferson.
Yeah. Yes, Jefferson and Burrow would be an amazing thing to watch.
Ilya with the king 3 on the button.
It's weird, though. When you have that much offensive talent, you can't really have that great a defense.
Can't even get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Rafael with the king 5 of spades. Again, these 2 are the bigger stacks right now, but Rafael does have him covered. So I think he's going to apply a more raise-heavy strategy. I think if they're even in chips, he should be limping close to everything. But while he has James comfortably covered, he should be raising almost everything.
10, 11.
Yeah, obviously this time of year we listen to a lot of podcasts about football and everything. And sometimes guys talk about futures. And if anybody ever mentions an AFC team, I'm like, you're an idiot. Even if you chose one of those 4 guys' teams, you want to tell me who's going to run the gauntlet in the AFC and get out of the dogfight there. Not to mention a couple more really quality teams, even if I don't really believe they could get to the Super Bowl. But I did make a bet on an NFC team to win the Super Bowl this year.
I hope
Because of
it's
the
not as the Packers. I hope it's not the Packers.
not the Packers. I don't believe the Packers have the corner depth or edge rush talent needed to win a Super Bowl right now.
Philadelphia could go back to back.
Yep.
Raise.
We'll talk about it after this hand. James limps in the small blind with 8-7. Ilya races 8-6. And the big blind.
Call.
He is pipped by James, who makes the call. So onto the flop we go.
Heads up.
And it is Jack 10-3, 2 hearts. Got shot for James. Nothing there for Ilya. Now this is a board that should connect quite well with the limp call range of James. So Ilya should not just auto bet this flop. He does have a reasonable hand to take a stab with, but he needs to be careful not to just fire away at these kind of boards. James kind of eyeing both their stacks. Yeah, he is going to continue here with just the low end of the gut shot and a backdoor heart draw to the 8. Queen on the turn.
Check.
Yeah, Ilya maybe considering a double barrel here. We know it would get through, but I don't know, with just the low end of the straight draw on a board that connects so well with James' limp calling range in the small blind, I think I would rather fire here with the open ender or flush draw some of the time. But Ilya's gonna find this bet. 1.2, and he gets the quick fold, so the double barrel works out great for Ilya, using his table image well here to bluff his way out of that sticky situation. All right, Matt, I bet an NFC team to win the Super Bowl, and I got 35-1 on them. Who are they?
The Falcons.
No. Don't think Michael Penix in his 5th and 6th ever starts will be leading the Falcons to a Super Bowl. James, the ace-jack, up to 700.
Think about the odds. 35-1. Ilya, let's go the 8-6. Or fall with 5-3, making the call.
Call.
Flop is a Jack 8 and 9.
Check.
No spades on that flop. James with top pair,
Bet.
top kicker, makes a bet that will win this pot.
Call.
Bet of 3 million. Let's see. 35 to not the 49ers.
Not the 49ers. Let's
Not
see
sure
how
they're
a
35.
person would get there, but not who I win with.
Can't be the Commanders.
No, I don't think their odds are that long.
Really?
No, I don't think. I think it's much shorter than that.
Raise.
All right.
Maybe
Rafael
like I think they might be 20-ish to 1 or
raises
something.
1100 or 1.1, and it's the Cowboys is the best bet. I already told you that.
They're what are they like 75 to 1 or something?
Something like that.
Not crazy, man. It's not crazy at all. Especially did they re-sign Micah Parsons? Not yet, right?
No.
Got Perkins. I think that is not crazy. I really like Dak. We'll see, you know, as he ages a little bit, if he can still play at a very high level. But only a couple of years ago, he finished second in MVP voting, and he was tremendous. Rafael here with the queen 5 on the button.
Raise 600. Call. Call.
Quick win for Rafael there. Does the chat have any guesses?
Take a look.
Raise.
Of course, they could also just Google it, so. James here, going up to 700 with the king deuce of spades.
I know you wouldn't take the bears. You couldn't take the bears.
Goodness, no, their odds would be longer.
No.
Caleb's not ready. Some pretty concerning stuff on tape with Caleb last year. Still just going to be in his second year, so we'll see. He's got a great head coach down, Ben Johnson. They surrounded him with enough talent, but put it this way. I'm not saying Caleb's going to be a bust. But we've seen some stuff from him now that if he ends up being a bust, I wouldn't be as surprised.
Right.
Ilya here on the button.
Call.
Stafford's hurt. That would make sense, but he's hurt.
And they were in like the 20s. If he was healthy, I think the Rams would be a pretty good bet. That's a really talented football team.
1.1.
And a well-coached football team, and Stafford is like top 10.
Rafael raises with king 4 and a fold.
I was listening to a pod the other day. This guy polls a whole bunch of staff in the NFL about quarterback rankings, and they had Stafford at the 5.
Yeah.
I would honestly, this is going to sound crazy to you, I would have Jaden Daniels at the 5. If you look at his EPA per play, it's unreal. He was unbelievable.
He was unbelievable. A lot of people think he's going to have the sophomore slump, though.
I don't know. That was a lot of poise he showed last year in some huge spots. Maybe he doesn't get to the NFC Championship again because, look, it's hard to do. But I don't think he comes like crashing down to earth. Rafael here with the king 5 of spades opens the button. James in the small blind. Nice hand of 3-bet here, and that's what he'll do. 1.55. Ilya going out. Sometimes people will call these suited kings on the button at this stack depth. It depends what you think of the 3-bet tendencies of your opponent. Especially as chip leader. And it's a pretty small sizing. I would like to see James go a bit bigger here and make the call tougher for Rafael. I think James probably should have made it like 2 million. Oh, he's going to 4-bet here. Not bad hand selection here, actually.
3-7.
I think we do want to have an ace as opposed to a king, but this is a interesting play. Puts the onus back on James.
What changes in your mind from a 3-bet to a 4-bet,
Tony? Can you rephrase the question a little bit?
Meaning, 3-bets are fairly common.
Yes.
4-bets are not
Whoa!
very common at all.
5-bet all in with the king jack. Man, these guys have played 2 of the wildest hands I've seen in a while today. Yeah, that is. I'm going to level with you. It worked out, but king jack's just not the kind of hand you want to do that with. I would rather see him do that with any low suited wheel ace than king jack offsuit. you know, with some of the pairs over King Jack offsuit, when you're called, you're absolutely killed with King Jack offsuit. Blocking aces is the real priority there whenever you make a play like that at a final table. So I really think you want to have like a low-suited ace to make that kind of play when you're going to bluff. However, perhaps James picked up on something. Can't discount that. You never know. Ilya here will limp in the small blind.
9-4 versus 9-6 here.
Raise.
Rafael with one of those junky, disconnected hands we talked about earlier that make nice isolation raises. That's what he does here.
I don't like to see players pull all of their chips out of the pot like that, like he did when making a raise.
How come?
Just that those chips do no longer belong to you. If you're going to raise, you either say an amount or put the amount out. But pulling all of your chips out of the pot leads to players trying to get a read or something like that, where they're not entitled to those chips.
I see.
You can easily say raise or throw those chips out and make a raise, but pulling all your chips back when you're in the big blind, I'm opposed to it.
Okay. Rafa here with the small. Rafa here in the small blind with ace-5.
Call.
Just make the call with the ace-5. James. The Lions are much better odds, so it's not the Lions.
That's right.
Can't be the Seahawks.
It is not the Seahawks. I think you'd get again like 75 or something on them. I would hear the Seahawks as a not crazy idea, but I don't think they have.
Well, I think I named every team except for the Cardinals. Wow. Can't imagine. The Jaguars? No, come on.
It's AFC.
Oh, not Jaguars.
James here.
Check.
Watches his top pair shrink up on the 4 straight board. They do go check, check. 4 on the river. Does Rafael want to take a shot at bluffing his way out of this one or concede the pot to James? He strikes me as a man about to wave the white flag, but I've been wrong before. He does check.
Check.
Ace high, queen's a pair. James will take this one. Did I say the Vikings already?
Nope.
Can't be the Vikings.
It's not the Vikings.
Can't think of what other team would have taken.
I don't know. Has any first-year quarterback ever won the Super Bowl? I guess Tom Brady, right? He wasn't a rookie, but he was in his first year as a starter.
Yeah. That's a good question.
Nope, they've got an established starter.
Raise 600.
Up to 600.
Call.
Ilya with ace-5 in the big blind. The 21-22 blinds. I think we'll mostly call, but, you know, could consider jamming or 3-bet folding.
Call.
Does make the call.
Heads up.
Oh, and what a fluff for a fall. Don't believe he'll get much action here. Maybe Ilya peels one off, facing a small bet. Oh, and he checks back. Such a crafty check.
Check.
Queen on the turn.
Might check one more time. I kind of doubt it. Oh, interesting. Very nice. That could end up getting him paid. Well, not with the king on the river.
Check.
That is a card that will probably deprive him of action. It's a decent amount of his check down range. It's just going to be ace high and king high hands. So now what do you bet? Trying to get called by, I don't know, maybe like 1.2?
Bet.
900.
900,000.
Just trying to rep a king, I guess. Try to make sure you get called by a king. Have you given up?
I've named almost every one, so I've tried to think of who I haven't named. I just can't believe that you would think. I mean, it can't be the Panthers.
Goodness, no.
I know. Who did I miss?
You probably get like 200 to 1 on the Panthers. It's at
I
least
still like
100.
my Falcons pick the best. I think they're probably about 35 to 1, but they're not. They're much higher.
Falcons would be higher. After we get there, I'll tell you about why. Why I think they actually make sense at those odds.
Vikings? Did I say the
You
Vikings?
said
I
Vikings.
thought I
No,
said
you
the
get much
Vikings.
longer odds on the Vikings.
Fun.
All right, Ilya makes a call, 300,000.
You've named almost every team in the
I
NFC.
have.
This is amazing.
Heads up.
There's one team I would never say because I think they're the worst team in the NFL.
The Saints?
Yes.
Yes, they are the worst team in the NFL. So it's not them. You're running out of teams. Quick one there
Fun.
for Ilya with the bottom pair.
But in that division. It's definitely not the Giants.
Goodness, no.
I know. So I've said everybody in that division. I've said everybody in the 49ers division. I've said everybody. The only division I haven't said everybody. There's got to be one team left. I think I've said everybody but one team.
Makes sense there, and often forgot about team.
Let me think about it.
Like you're not going to hear any discussion about them in the national media. Two folds. James quickly takes a walk.
Now I'm confused.
Fun. Fun.
I can't even think of who's in the NFC South right now, but it's a team in the NFC South. For sure. I'm missing one team from the NFC South. Oh, okay. The only team that's left. I got it. I got it. I know who it is now.
James here with the
There's
Jack 9 goes up to
700.
7. Who is it then?
They play in Raymond James Stadium.
Yes, they do.
James wins the pot with a 7. Jack, 750,000 in that pot. Got my mind working. And you think because Baker Mayfield is a good enough quarterback to win the division? Bucky Irving. They got great wide receivers. Maybe a little old at this stage.
After this hand, we'll talk about why. Ilya here with the ace-3.
Raise. 600. Call.
James in the big blind. Ooh, I think James should be all in there. You know, about 20, 25 blinds deep when you're facing an open in the big blind from the button. Jack 10 suited is one of the go-to rejamming hands under ICM.
Check.
Stuff like Jack 10, Jack 9 suited, 10-9 suited, Jack 8 suited. Those are the kind of hands we use as our light 3-bet jams. And he would have driven Ilya out, but instead he's going to get out flopped here. And
does turn a flush draw.
Does turn a flush draw. But Ilya with the top pair and the gut shot in great position here to win a nice pot. I like that check behind by Ilya, although on ace-9 deuce, it's so dry that it might just be a pure c-bet board.
Call.
I would like it a little better on like ace-10 deuce or ace-5 deuce. King of clubs on the river. James eyeing his chips. And he's going to fire out 2 million. And if you're Ilya, this is what you hope for. Yeah, just a quick call and you got him. And James there. Missing the spot pre-flop. I don't blame him for it. I think you have to study a lot of poker to find those jams. But that is the cost of not knowing what your 3-bet jam bluffs are. All right, let's talk about that bet a little bit. So first of all, I think in the NFC, a lot of your job in trying to figure out a team at longer odds that could win the Super Bowl is just a team that could win their division, get a home playoff team, or maybe even get a bye if things fall right. NFC South, pretty easily one of the worst divisions in all of football. Saints, the worst team. The Panthers should be very bad again, even if Bryce takes a step, and he was playing pretty well the second half of the last season. They were a bottom 2 defensive unit, and even with the additions they've made this offseason, they're still going to be like bottom 10, maybe like bottom 5 on defense. The Panthers should not be good. They should not be any threat to win that division. Then you've got the Falcons, who have talent on both sides of the ball, but Michael Penix will be making like his 5th start at the start of the season. He looked okay in his starts last year, and the word out of training camp is he is not looking good. And there's a reason why he was, what, the 5th or 6th quarterback taken in that draft last year, and by many people's feelings was drafted high. Not a Penix hater. I'm just, saying what I know. So it's really hard to see outside of Michael Penix suddenly being way better than people think, anybody but Tampa Bay winning that division if Baker stays healthy. We'll talk about it after this hand because we got a good one brewing.
James raises to 700,000 and Rafael makes a call with ace-9. 6-5 deuce on the flop, a rainbow flop.
Check.
Rafael checks and a check from James. 10 of hearts on the turn.
Looks like a pot that's about to be checked down.
Check.
Especially so now.
Check.
Fall's going to take this one. So as you mentioned, their receivers are a bit old. Mike Evans about as ageless as receivers get. Posts 1,000 yards, no problem, year after year. Obviously, Chris Godwin coming back from an injury that's going to hold him out in the early part of the season. But Jalen McMillan was really good for them last year. And Emeka Egbugba has been tremendous in camp. They're saying, like, wow, this guy is going to be plug and play in the Chris Godwin role. And then the running back, whose name is evading me right now,
Bucky Irving.
Bucky Irving was awesome last year. So to me, you've got a high-flying offense. Baker Mayfield put up 41 touchdowns to like 13 interceptions last year. I mean, that is production and quality of play that you can make a deep playoff run with, even if he's more like a top 10, 11-ish quarterback than a top 5 guy. I think he is definitely talented enough. This team has enough playoff seasoning. Then you look at the defense. Defense got a lot of talent, too, and I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had a top 5 draft, so they added on both sides of the ball really well. They're strong in both lines. I know Tristan Wirfs is a little banged up going into the season, but I don't think he's going to be out for the season or anything like that. And their coaching while they lost the offensive coordinator last year, they promoted the guy immediately under him who was in-house and is basically just going to keep the exact same scheme going forward. So not that much is going to change. We'll see what his play calling is like, but for all intents and purposes, we should expect a lot of stability there despite losing the offensive coordinator. I think their defense is like a top 10-ish unit in the NFL. So you're talking about a team with a really soft strength of schedule, with a super clear path to winning their division, and maybe fluking the best record in the NFC if something weird happens to Jalen Hurts or Detroit. And then, you know, they've just got a really, not easy path in the playoffs, but just like a clear path to the playoffs. What you really don't want is a team that's going to have to travel on the road wild card weekend. And then it's just the odds. Like 35-1 is really quite long.
Right.
Yeah.
There was nobody. There was like some teams in the 20s I thought were much worse bets, like the Chargers were in the 20s. I like that team. I like that coach. I like that quarterback. They're in the AFC, man. Get out of here. They had a bunch of losses last year. The Houston Texans were in the 20s, which I think was more defensible than the Chargers. Their offensive line is garbage, you know.
You said Houston's in the 20s?
Yeah.
No way.
I know. Isn't that ridiculous?
Really
Lower odds than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are just going to, like, cakewalk their division.
I think Houston's got no chance.
No chance. I agree with you. Yeah, there's two elite teams in the NFC, but one of them's got a running quarterback who takes a lot of hits over the course of the year. And then one of them, Detroit lost both their coordinators. That's never good for business. Should be much healthier this year. I mean, they had about as bad of luck as you can imagine on the defensive side of the ball last year. So Detroit, always a juggernaut, should be awesome again. But you're losing both coordinators. That really hurts.
Queen 9 versus 9 deuce here. Rafael with the deuce flopped, and Ilya with Queen 9 flops top pair. Top pair versus bottom pair.
300.
Ilya bets 300,000. A call. Rafael now has open ender, as does Ilya.
Check.
Rafael has bottom pair open ender. He's probably going to bet something here.
That's 1.5.
Ilya's hand is one that should call and not raise. I guess this is blind versus blind, but still, I think his hand plays much better as a call, and he does agree, makes the call there. Ace on the river.
Check.
Now, this time, Rafael might go for the bluff. His bottom pair is never good here.
Right.
And he can be up against, you know, Queen X suited, Jack 9, Jack 8 kind of stuff. It does check behind. I don't think it's a mandatory bluff or anything like that. Just spot worth considering. But yeah, of course, when we're talking about a team that's 35-1, I'm not saying, oh yeah, Tampa Bay, they're going to win the Super Bowl, this and that. I just think it's more likely than 35-1. And when I look at the odds across the NFL, nothing else seemed tempting in the slightest. Honestly, your Dallas Cowboys at 75, not crazy. Not crazy. Those are long odds for a team with some top-end talent.
We need help in a lot of different areas, especially at the running back.
Yeah. You don't have a running back. You got a new head coach. That's not great.
Yeah.
He was somebody that nobody really wanted to hire. Dak's coming off the injury.
$401,000 up top. 3 players remaining out of the 775 entries that started this tournament. This is the day 4 of this event. We had 3 starting days.
Pass.
And a flurry of entries late in this tournament.
Pass.
Are they going to pay Micah Parsons or what?
Yeah, they got to pay him.
They got to pay him. Come on. I don't know why Jerry always does this. Just pay these guys early. You know you're going to pay them. Stupid.
Paid some people early that didn't work out, too.
I think he's mostly Ezekiel Elliott.
Yes.
Scared him a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's a running back. You don't give big contracts to high-volume usage running backs. Like, come on. I don't know. I kind of think the Cowboys are probably doomed until Jerry dies.
Ugh, sad. They did have the best trade, I think, of all time in the NFL.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let me remember his name. The running back, of course. To Minnesota.
Yes.
650.
Set him up for 3 Super Bowls.
And then he became a UFC or boxer afterwards. Now he's like kind of a political figure. Or Herschel Walker.
Yes, absolutely.
Herschel Walker.
James raises to 650. Ilya with Queen Jack. He's going along for the ride.
Okay, yes.
3 spades on the flop. Neither player with a spade in their hand. James does have a pair of 5s. Queen high for Ilya. He checks. Turn card a 9. James now, that's up 400,000. Ilya lets go of his straight draw. It was just a gut shot. James will take that pot down. Give me the 49ers as a long shot, whatever their odds are. I like the odds of taking NFC teams. Too much of a gauntlet on the AFC
Yeah,
side.
it's suicide to take any AFC teams. The good ones are all like 6 or 7 to 1. No thanks. And then the Bengals don't have a defense. No thanks. Everybody else is kind of a joke. I mean, the Broncos would be good.
You said if you pick a team to make the Super Bowl, you can just hedge back the other way if you have a, you know.
They get deep.
Yeah.
Yeah. James, 7 1/4 with the ace-3 of spades. Rafael with the king-10 offsuit will take a flop.
All right, ace-3 versus king-10 here. A decent flop here for James as he flops the steel wheel draw.
Yeah. Not much here for Rafael. I think perhaps with the spade in his hand, he might see a flop. But for $1 million, that's more than enough.
James happy to win it right there. Still at 150, 300,000. These players are playing 60-minute levels. Pass here. Did you hear the poker decision that I made the other day that got all this heat on X, social media?
No, let's, let me have it.
Well, English isn't the first language spoken here at the table. And it is a noisy room. There's a lot of action in this room. That's not necessarily a bad thing, not necessarily a good thing. But a player made a small bet on the river. And the player on the other side of the table, English is not his first language, says, if I call. Said if I call. The dealer said call. And then the other player turned his cards face up. and the player that said, if I call, said, I did not call. I said, if I call.
Raise 600.
And you ruled it as a call?
I ruled it as a call.
Call.
Yeah, I
Why?
did see your tweet about having to be very careful with
Yeah.
language that includes action.
Correct.
Player.
And I don't think there's any other way to rule that, because I feel like that could set up possible angles. The dealer confirmed call. The player turned up his cards, had the best hand, and did, in fact, listen to what the dealer said. So I think penalizing the player that did basically nothing wrong is wrong there. And the player that said call in the sentence that he was saying with action pending and the action on him, I feel like is the one that did the mistake there.
Yeah.
So even though it's just being a mistake, and it was a small bet, it wasn't for all of his chips or anything like that.
Right.
I feel like it's the right decision. What do you think?
I think that's a very tough spot. Very tough spot, and I don't have a strong feeling either way. I don't mind your ruling one bit.
Okay.
You need to be careful about that kind of language when you're in a hand, and just wanna
Rafael has top pair here.
yeah,
He's making a big raise here.
this is a
1 million.
little surprising. Although he's not that concerned about James having a 6. But I believe the flop went check, check, and then he raised the turn over the bet. And that will drive James out. It works out really well for Rafael because he denies James a lot of equity there going to the river. Nice raise. He's playing some great poker today.
So what led me to put that post up is that I happened to go, I rock around the floor a lot when
Yeah.
I'm on the floor. I'm not actually the tournament director here, but do help out with them. And I go to buy Kasuf's table, and he's in a pot on the river, and he's saying, do you want me to call? Do you want me to call? Do you want me to call?
Ooh, yeesh.
And then he starts saying, should I fold? Should I fold? You know, like that. So again, saying those key words of poker that are understood and actually in the TDA rules while actions upon you is very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
So you need to be careful on that. If the dealer picks up on that and thinks that you've made some decision on your hand, raise. It's an interesting one here. James has raised to 625 with 6-5 of diamonds. Rafael now with 2 8s, pondering what to do.
Maybe 2.1.
2.1 million.
Close spot for James. These guys are about 37, 40 blinds deep. Suited connectors, often worth taking a flop in position. But under such intense ICM right now, and this being one of the lower suited connectors, I don't love it quite as much.
Does make the call.
Yeah.
Well,
Then again, the lower ones less likely to be dominated. We know what he is this time. Ooh, whoa. Bottom set for Rafael. His set of 8s appear once more. This time I don't think James will find a way to snatch this pot from him. Although I do think you could consider checking in Rafael's shoes. I mean, this is a really, yes, beautiful check from Rafael. And he's playing great today. Check behind from James.
Oh, another
Jack of diamonds.
Wow.
An interesting card. I mean, provides the diamond flush draw to James and a tempting board to bluff at. And again, if you're Rafael, I think you should probably check.
I was going to say, do you think a small bet from Rafael makes sense here?
Yes. Oh my God, it's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again. Oh no! I mean, this one makes a lot more sense, but oh no! He bluffs a set of 8s and he gets bluffed off it again. That's why I kind of like checking the turn.
Wow, same 2 players, same
Oh,
result.
whoa, whoa! My head is spinning. Look, that fold makes way more sense. So does the jam. Actually, I really like that jam.
Okay.
Yes, like 5, 6 seconds plus I restarted.
When did I use that?
Gutsy play, though, from James.
He says it's all right. He went through one of his time chips by 5 seconds, and he said, it's okay. I got the pot.
Gutsy play. But yeah, this is why I like another check on the turn. Prevent yourself from getting bluffed out. Because if you are behind to a straight, you've got 10 outs going to the river. You do not want to get blown off your equity.
Right.
And you open yourself up to a guy who you know is willing to commit some ICM suicide and turn hands that should not be bluffing into an all-in bluff in these kind of spots. So I would have liked one more check there.
Wow.
Oh, man. Lightning struck twice. And on the flop, I'm like, well, he's not going to fold this one. Wait a minute.
Raise 600. 5.
600,000 from Ilya. And James is calling with the Jack 9.
Heads up.
Flop is a 9 and an 8 and a deuce. James with top pair, backdoor flush draw. Ilya just with A7 in this hand.
Bet 350.
He will bet 350. James makes the call. Turn card is a 5.
Check.
Check, check. River is a 6, 3 diamonds, 9, 8, 6, 5, and Ilya has made a straight.
Bet 2,100,000.
2,100,000 is the bet from Ilya.
Ginger shot. Ginger shot.
So I will say that James has one of the worst 9s to call with because you block some of the most likely bluffs in Jack 10, Queen Jack. He may decide this hand is just too good to let go. But whenever you block the bluffs, worth considering making these close folds and saving the tough calls for the times you unblock them. He will pay it off, though.
He pays it off. Straight. James takes a hit there. Ilya with a big pot.
That brings Ilya within striking distance of the chip lead.
So I will say most of the comments on that ruling was that this is a terrible new rule. This is bad for poker. You're trying to change the game. You're trying to ruin the game. It's been a rule for over 20 years, basically, that you can't say these words while the action's on you. But I know that a lot of players ask the question, is that a check? Is that a raise or whatever when the action is on them? But the players that were commenting were saying, what if I say, hey, call me a floor, call me a waitress while the action's on me. And I'm saying that's never going to be an issue because somebody's...
It's not one of the key action words.
Oh, call is.
Oh,
They're saying call me a cocktail server.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying to them, who's doing this when the action's on them? Who's saying,
right,
hollering out, call me a server when...
Oh, look at this.
Exactly.
James jamming 40 bigs here. Over the button open from Rafael, and Ilya in the big blind with the ace-queen. Ooh, man. Everybody on pretty much the same stack here. Actually, Ilya, I said, is in striking distance of the chip lead. He has the chip lead, but this would be basically all his chips to call off here. I don't know if James is jamming ace-jack, and so if you're only up against ace-king in pairs, you really don't want to call off ace-queen.
What do you think of that jam, Tony?
For chips, what I mean by that is prior to being under ICM, it's just fine. Under ICM, I don't know about that.
12,107.
It seems a bit steep. I could be wrong, but I think it's a bit too much.
I think he's going to lay it down.
I think he is too. I think he should lay it down. That's a good fold. And James, with the big aggression pre-flop, takes that one down.
So back to that, on these situations where I'm always going to take the side of the player that did not make the mistake. Meaning that the player that said those action words in turn are actually semi at flop or at fault. So I'm not going to, I'm going to allow that to be the case, but I am not going to allow another player to angle, say, the situation where they said, call me a cocktail waitress. I'm not going to say, he said call, that type of thing I'm not going to allow. So I just want to reiterate that it's not to be used for an angle. It's basically just when a big mistake is made in a situation like that. If you didn't say, in fact, say something, the other players heard you say that, the dealer heard you say that, and it caused a reaction, you could be held liable for that action.
I'm totally fine with your ruling.
Okay.
It's tougher in spots where English is not the first language.
Correct. Or loud rooms.
Yeah. And then you're, additionally dealing with dealers where English is not their first language. So they're listening for keywords.
Correct.
Would it have changed your mind at all if instead of it being a small bet, it was like an all-in bet?
You have to consider that.
Yeah.
It has to be a consideration. I gave another example of something that's happened where a player is saying, I think I have to fold. If somebody says, I think you have to fold, and then the dealer grabs the cards and mucks them. So wait a minute, I didn't fold. Well, you said fold.
Well, they're in the muck now.
When the action's on you.
Yeah, they're in the muck now. So
And even if the cards were protected and the dealer figured you for folding, and then people opened up the whole other thing, well, what if the dealer doesn't like you and said that they heard fold and they mucked your cards? It's another one of those situations. You said one of those key words when the action was on you.
Limp from Rafael here with the fives. James raises in the big blind with the ace-10. Rafael will make the call.
Heads up.
And it's king-8 deuce.
Check.
Quite an uncoordinated flop. I think James is betting a bit more than he needs to here, but it does get the job done.
Want to do a deal? I take first, you do whatever for it. They didn't find that very fun. Interesting offer.
Fall with 5s once more.
Raise 600. Pass.
Ilya was 6-4 in the big blind. He'll let that one go. Well, anyone's game right now at this three-handed final table. Pocket 6 is
600.
on the button, going up.
Four. Five.
Ilya calling from the small blind with pocket 9s.
Heads up.
I think this hand should probably be 3-bet, maybe even shoved. It's close under ICM though. 7 of spades on the turn, so Ilya picks up the spade draw.
300.
Fires out 350. Very small bet, but such a bad board for James's 6s that will get the job done. Matt, where are you headed after this one?
I am actually going to Frisco, Texas for a golf tournament in a week and a half. I'm going to Athens, Greece as soon as I leave here, however.
Cool.
I'm going to go to Athens, Greece for 2 days to see Acropolis and Parthenon. And then home, then going to that golf tournament in Texas for a weekend, and then back home, and then back to Texas again for the lodge. Looking forward to that one. Not much travel in September, a lot of preparing for the end of the season, getting ready for the Win Championship, and talking the schedule over with the great team, Ryan Beauregard, Ray Pulford. A lot of planning goes into those big events.
Of course. As we talked about, a very domestic, U.S. domestic schedule.
Yes.
For the remainder of the season.
So they have me writing articles once a week for WPT.com.
Wow.
Yeah. You wanted to get on that? I can probably set that up for you.
No, I like doing the video content. Been enjoying that.
I like that too.
James here with the Ace King, going up to 850.
Yeah, but you could write an article once a week too.
I just don't have many takes, to be honest.
We've always liked your takes.
Yeah. If they said, can you do, how to put it, could you do once a week a video of some kind? Yeah, I could no problem. But you know, I also just what worries me these days is there's such little appetite for people to read.
That is true.
I feel like if you want people to consume your content, it should probably be in video form.
Yeah.
Even if it's something just very simple, you talking to a camera.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Athens. Athens is interesting. Lots of history.
Lots of history. I have to think that Athens is among the oldest continuously occupied cities in the world. Got to be up there.
Definitely.
Ilya with ace-8. Just going to call. Rafael with the 5-4 suited in the big blind. Interesting. Just is going to raise it up to 1.1.
Asked in the chat if deals are allowed. Yes, they are allowed on the World Poker Tour, but you must leave enough money to where the winner of the tournament gets the most amount.
Ilya says how much you play.
Eight.
So these guys are pretty close, but Ilya does have him covered by about $1 million.
10 plus this. 11.3.
What will Ilya do with his ace-8? I think that while he could consider a limp re-raise, I don't know about a jam, but that's what he's gonna do. Whew.
Get the job done.
Wow, exciting hand to go out on here as we are going to take a break.
There it is, the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. We're gonna have a new name on there after today. Ilya, the chip leader. Right behind him is James Mahoney, followed by Rafael Chamada. And we'll be right back from WPT Cyprus.
The craziest promotion in poker history starts now, and we've $2 million reasons why you'll want in. August 18th to October 5th, play a $10,000 daily crazy free roll every day, and battle it out every Sunday in the epic $100,000 super crazy free roll. The wait is over. The craziest promotion in poker history starts now. Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The Super Giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com.
Moved all in for 1,725,000. Elena folds, and Vladimir with ace king. He moves all in. Nikolai in rough shape here. James with eights behind.
Yeah, I can't call after all that action. I think he could have called the initial jam, but now with Vlad all in, no decision here for the eights.
It's gone through a time extension.
Honestly, Matt, I think jacks are probably the decision here. Eights would be much too loose.
Eight does let it go.
Yeah.
So Nikolai's going to see the bad news here. He's got king 10 against the ace king.
All right, it is Jack 7-7 on the flop. No help for Nikolai. Needing a 10 or a running straight. Oh, a 10 of clubs on the turn. Nikolai now with the commanding lead here, looking to fade an ace or a queen on the river. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Full house, 10s over 7s. Vlad with an unfortunate run here. He was feels about right. Ilya with the ace-8 suited now. We'll be right back in there.
Raise 400.
King 10 suited for Rafael right behind. Type of hand and position where I think he will do best to 3-bet as opposed to call. If he were a button, I think his hand would play nice as a call, but in these positions, I think the King 10 suited would much prefer to 3-bet pre, and he seems to agree and makes it 1.2.
1.2.
And especially after seeing that 9-5 suited open, expect to get away with it even more. Vlad with the ace-8 suited, just on 7.5 blinds. We'll debate whether he can wait for a better spot or he wants to go with this one. He's going to go for it.
All in.
So he will have no fold equity here. Ball will make the call. He'll be behind, but as we know, an ace and an 8 were folded, so if ball makes a hand of some kind, it will be tough for Vlad to draw out. Yeah, and you see Rafael's surprise, like, whoa, I didn't think he would go with that hand there. But yeah, Vlad just seems ready to gamble a little bit here on his short stack, and as it turns out, he's a favorite, so let's go to a flop. 9-10-7, so the lead for Rafael, but Vlad still with 11 outs going to the turn.
Open-ender and the aces as well.
And there it is. He's going to lock this pot up. Oh, excuse me. No, Rafael has a heart flush draw. So Vlad still needs to fade the river to survive and double up to just under 4 million. And that's what he'll do, the 5 of diamonds.
It's never easy, Tony.
Never, ever easy.
1,000,500.
Nice double up here for Vlad.
Yes. 1,500,000.
Ace king for Vlad here.
He's all in.
He's going to open shove. I think a bit much to be open shoving here. Won't matter because James will take him up on that.
Will not?
Either will. He will be taking him up on that. I think had he opened, James would have 3-bet and put him in.
Right.
I just think open jamming 15 bigs on the hijack is really not something you ever want to be doing on a final table. I don't know, maybe there's a couple of hands. It's not many. James gonna jam behind him. I don't know about that one either. I don't think he should be reshoving. If one of your opponents wakes up behind you and jams, you want to have the option to fold pocket tens. The other two big stacks are right behind him there, so James kind of gets away with one there. He's in a flip to become the big chip leader.
Flop is queen 5-4. Vladimir needs an ace or a king with 2 cards to come. A 3 on the turn. Now add deuces to his outs for a straight. Total of 10 outs. And we'll go to the river. And it is a spade, but he does not have one, and we have an elimination.
Yep.
Vladimir has been eliminated.
Came in as our chip leader, built that lead, and then made an unfortunate fold, an understandable fold, but an unfortunate one up against Rafael, and it was all downhill from there.
You go home, Tony, look back on that one with regret.
Congratulations, guys, with 6-figure score.
And there it is.
Eliminated.
Because if it's bad somebody, it's eliminated.
Nikolai with nines, finally. A hand to play here.
And he's moved all in. Elena with queen 8 folds.
Yep.
1,150,000.
He is so short that Ilya called pretty wide in the big blind. He'll need some semblance of a hand. And even James thinking about this in the small blind with queen 10. Bit of a surprising call. I think he can save his money there and let that one go, but he is going to end up being in a flip here.
2 overcards, the queen 10 versus 9s for Nikolai. Oh, the pain in his face from Nikolai.
All right, can he win a flip?
I saw a 10. It's ace, 10, and 7.
It's funny, Nikolai played a huge all-in at my table on day 2, and he did the same thing. He kept his eyes closed. Well, a 9 or an 8 on the river, provided it's not a club, would give him the win. Can he find it? No, he cannot. Nikolai goes down with a pair of 9s. James scores one more elimination. Continues to stack chips.
And we've lost another one. Down to the final 3.
4, I believe, right? 4.
Is that 3 or 4?
Isn't Elena still in?
Ah, Elena's still in. That is correct. How do you feel about that, Tony?
Love it. Absolutely love it. We used to even say that as a joke to each other sometimes when we'd be playing online.
James folds. Ilya, ace, queen. Do you think that Elena has to open up her play a little bit here, four-handed, or?
Certainly four-handed now that there's nobody to try and outlast. Yes.
500.
And
now
this
that
is
she has
exactly
a
the kind of hand that needs to be in there for 12 blinds, and I think she will commit her stack, and as we know, she'll be in very bad shape against Ilya. Here she goes.
And 4.
Quick call from Ilya. He'll like what he sees.
Queen, but ace 10 suited. But 10 is coming all the time on this table today.
Well, whatever happens for Elena here, you know, her biggest tournament score going into this final table is $10,000. She's locked up $140,000, so tremendous run. If she can find a 10 or some clubs, she may prolong that run, cash for even more, but she's gonna need some help. Let's go to a flop. And there are 2 clubs, 5-5-3. Nine of clubs on the turn. She will make a flush. Double up here. Ilya drawing dead.
No worries.
It's been a good day to be all in and behind.
And 4. Big blind,
It's easier to count, right?
We are back, still three-handed here from WPT Cyprus.
Count now. Because that was
Ilya Kitsbabahavili is our chip leader with 36 big blinds. James Mahoney right behind him with 35 big blinds. And Rafael Chamada still with plenty of chips. 190,000 to the third place finisher, 255 to second, and first place 401,100,
pass.
which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Hope to see you on an upcoming WPT event. Our next event is at the Lodge in Texas, followed by the WPT Shooting Star, which is back. James here with King 10 up against Ace 3 for Ilya. King 10 on the flop.
Check.
Top 2 for James Mahoney. He checks it. Ilya on the button. Who is our chip leader? We'll make a bet. This could be a chip leading changing pot.
Raise 2 million.
Raise will get it done. Raise at $2 million by James with top 2. And he'll take down the first pot here after the break.
Well, anyone's game right now. Quite even-handed for a while. A6 for Rafael on the button here.
Pass.
Ilya in the big blind dominated with the king 6. Surprising fold there. I think his king 6. Worth seeing a flop there for the min raise. pair of deuces for James on the button here.
Raise 1 million.
Going up to $1 million. Ilya with 6-5 in the small blind.
1 million.
They quickly fold, so James will take that. Ilya, Jack 9 on the button.
Raise 800,000.
800K is the open. Fall with King 6 suited in the small blind.
Pass.
Could elect to get involved, chooses not to. James with Ace 7 in the big blind will make the call.
Heads up.
866 on the flop. $600K is the bet. James with the ace high and the 3 straight. Quickly makes the call.
3 of spades on the turn. James now checks.
$1.6 million.
A bet of 1.6 million from Ilya.
Should be able to take this one down. James hasn't given up yet, but eventually does. Nice double barrel there from Ilya. Good hand selection to make that double barrel, especially the 9 blocks. Some of the hands like 9-8 and 9-7 that would continue on the turn there. 9-10 as well.
Still very close in chips there between 1 and 2.
King 4 suited for Rafael.
Raise 800,000.
Rafael raises to 800K. Ilya with Jack 6 lets it go. Rafael wins this pot up to 11 million. All 3 players pretty even in chips.
Raise 1 million.
James with ace 5 on the button. Opens it up here.
Call. Pass. Heads up.
James with the pair of fives on the turn. Ilya with a flush draw with that queen jack.
500,000.
500,000's a bet. I'm sure Ilya will be calling here with that flush draw. Possibly win a bigger pot. He does make the call. River card is a king of diamonds. And so Ilya makes the flush. Just 2-5 for James. 2 5s for James. Ilya first to act. He bets 1.3 million.
1.3 million.
James lets that one go, though, makes the right fold. So Ilya, our current leader. These three have each held the chip lead at some stage of this match.
That is correct. Very even in chips at this point.
Pass. Call. Raise 1.4 million.
Quick raise to 1-4 by James with the ace-8.
That'll get it done.
Not surprisingly, a lot of quick hands when you're three-handed.
Pass. Call. Check. What's up?
King 8 versus 7-4. James with the king 8, a 7 top pair now for Ilya. Also the gut shot straight draw. James with king 8, 500K is a bet from Ilya. That'll get the job done, and Ilya wins the pot. He's back in the chip lead. 15.6 million, total of 38,750,000 in play. 775 players that started. Players start with 50,000 in our WPT Championship events.
Pass. Raise 1.2 million. Pass.
Three-handed. Button axe first. 5-4 for Ilya. He folds. Rafael with 7-3 of hearts.
Raise 1,050,000.
Raises to 1,050,000, and James, with the Queen Jack suited, will make the call. Flop is a 3, an ace, and a 6, 1 heart. Rafael outflops him. Pairs threes. No clubs on this flop. With James with the Queen Jack of clubs.
Follow bet 750. Takes that one down unopposed.
This festival wrapping up here at Chamada Poker. Still a lot of action in this room downstairs.
Now, I know they were playing an 8K high roller yesterday. Is that still going on right now?
Yeah, it's still going. Still, that looks like they're down to about 35 out of the 85 that started that event. And they have a finale event going on today in 1100. They're playing U.S. dollars here, Tony, which is interesting.
In many ways, quite helpful. I was able to send stable coins over to the cage.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Pocket tens for Rafael.
Raise 800,000. Pass.
Neither of his opponents find much.
Pass.
Much of a baseball fan, Matt?
I am not.
You're not. I haven't heard you talking in baseball, so didn't think so.
Not a baseball fan. NHL, NFL for me.
Good luck.
Golf, of course.
Golf, of course. Don't watch much golf, but play a fair amount. And
I feel like that's unusual among golf players. Most golf players I know really like watching golf.
yeah, I mean, I'm into the majors. That's about it. Ilya Kichbabashvili, I was told online, is our chip leader. He's got 15,600,000, 40% of the chips in play. Blinds are still 2 and 400. And again, 190 for the next player eliminated, 255, and then 401, 100 up top. Nice little week's work, if you can get it.
Need 7 of clubs for Ilya.
Fine.
It's much preferred limping over raising in the small blind. We did see him make that limp jam with the ace-8 just before the break.
Raise.
Rafael with the jack-6, raising one of those junky hands that we talked about. This 8-7 suited will want to go to a flop.
Fine. Heads up.
Great looking flop for him, and not a bad one for Rafael. 3 straight here. He blocks some of the hands that limp call like 7-6 and 6-5. So I think he should continue betting. Doesn't need to go too big.
850.
It is 850. Ilya can mix raises and calls here. I think he will mostly call, but there's definitely merit to raising. Oh, he's just going to shove.
Wow.
Whoa.
Quite reached that stage of the tournament where shoving's mandatory, but it seems like they're doing more of it at this stage.
Yeah, I don't know about jamming there. That feels a bit much, and I suspect you only get called by better hands. I don't know what else you're really like worried about denying equity to.
Seems like all of these shoves have pretty much got through for a while now, so maybe it will continue to happen, and then we'll have a big display of fireworks coming soon, but we'll see. Oh. No, you go now. 9-7 of clubs for Ilya.
Raise 800.
He raises to 800,000.
Call.
Rafael with the 7-3, he lets that go. And 6 deuce for James. Not enough to call here. Thank you for joining us today. We are at Chamada Poker at Chamada Prestige Resort and Casino. A beautiful property on the island of Cyprus. WPT has been back here for the 2nd year, and we will be coming back again. It's an all-inclusive resort. All you can eat. Trust me, I've eaten plenty this week, trying to avoid gaining too much weight.
Raise 800.
It hasn't been easy. Ace-9 for Rafael. James with 3 deuce of diamonds. Ilya with 8-7 offsuit. 800,000 was the raise amount, and a call here from Ilya. We'll go to the flop heads up.
Heads up.
That flop is Jack 3-3.
Check.
Ace high in the lead for Rafael.
Bet 600.
Bet of 600,000.
Call.
Bet from Rafael, and that will win the pot. He's back over 10 million in chips. James with 10 deuce gets it into the muck. Ilya 6-5 out of the small blind.
Call.
He calls the 400,000. Rafael just checking. Queen Jack suited. Flop is 1 diamond, a 7 and a 5, a 5 a pair for Ilya.
Bet 400.
He bets 400,000. Rafael
Call.
calls 400. Turn is a 6. 2 pair. Now, 2 pair for Ilya. He checks. Rafael's taking a shot here.
1.5.
Betting 1.5.
1.5. Call.
He makes a call. To the river we go. And it's an 8.
Check.
5, 6, 7, 8. It's a possible check situation here. However, Rafael could go for a bet here with the 4 line straight on the board. Uses a time extension. players have a total of 20 time extensions at this point. 2.8 million with complete air. It's a tough one for Ilya because he has 2 pair. He's using a time extension. He's down to just 1 left. If he were to run out of time extensions facing a bet, the hand is dead. Ten seconds again. He does not want to use his last time extension. Needs to make a decision. He lets it go. Rafael with a big bluff there. Wins the pot. Ilya still with 15.6 million and Queen 8 on the button. First to act.
Raise 8.
He makes it 8.
Call.
A call. With 8-5. Oh, they said call, but it was not. It was just a fold. James lets it go. They have a beautiful nightclub here with some top acts from around the region, including Tiesto, who played there last week. I heard the show was amazing. I was not in town yet. But they have fireworks, dancers, and of course the great DJs.
Raise 800.
Rafael bets 800,000 with Queen 10. James with Jack 10.
Call. Call.
And Ilya also makes a call with 9-6 suited. Queen 10, Jack 10, 9-6. The flop is a 10, a king, and a 4.
Check.
Nobody has a diamond in their hand. 2 players with a pair of 10s. Rafael with the queen kicker in the lead.
Check.
Check, check, check on the flop. Turn card is an ace. The ace of spades. The ace of spades.
Check.
A check.
Check.
A check from Ilya. Now to Rafael.
Check.
And a check. Last card is a deuce.
Check.
Queen 10 will win this pot if no further action. Check from James.
Check.
Ilya checks.
Check.
Rafael checks and he'll win this pot. Queen 10 is a winning hand. Rafael wins the pot. How much did Vladimir bag? Vladimir started the day as the chip leader. Today, he was eliminated in 5th place. He started the day with, I'll tell you in just a second. Vladimir started the day with 9,450,000 as a chip leader. And finished in 5th place.
Raise 1 million.
The winner of today's tournament will etch their name in the Mike Sexton Champions Trophy. About 300 names on that trophy, including multiple winners. Today will be a first-time winner. Ilya with Ace-King, facing a raise to 1 million from James. He's moved all in. That'll get it done. Ilya wins pot. Again, those banana chips are 500K. The grape chips are 100K. The orange chips are 25K. 3 different denominations in play.
Raise 1.2. Call.
Raise to 1.2 from Rafael with 2 10s. That'll get the job done. Rafael with 8-6 folds. Ilya gets a walk with the king 4.
Raise all in.
Raise all in for 7 million by James with a Jack 9 suited, a Rafael with Queen 8 suited.
7 million.
Both suited in hearts.
Call.
No call. Players are getting a lot of hands in. Ten deuce, the Doyle Brunson for Ilya. He will fold it.
Call.
Rafael calls 7-6.
Heads up. Check. Check.
Gonna check on a 7-4-3 board on the flop. A deuce on the turn. Top pair for Rafael. He is
Check.
checking again. And the river card is a 10. Rafael with the leader with the pair of 7s. James with Jack high. Now a bet from Rafael, 1.2 million. No call. Seven, 6 for Rafael.
Raise. 6,700,000.
A raise to 6,700,000 from James with 2 5s. Ilya with the king 8 of hearts. A fold. James gets it done with 2 5s. James with ace-6.
Raise in.
He's moving all in. 8 million. Elio with 10-7 will fold. Rafael gets rid of that Jack-10, my favorite hand. Suited Jack-10, lays it down. Ace-4 for Ilya.
Raise 800.
He raises to 800,000. James also folds. Ilya wins this pot. Final 3 players. Over 400,000 US dollars for first. Plus that seat where they can win millions more at the Wynn Las Vegas. If you've not yet been to Wynn in December, you are missing out. You're also missing out if you've never been to Cyprus. Rafael wins. Raised to 800,000 with King Deuce.
Raise 800.
A raise of 800,000 by James with 7-5 of clubs. Ilya with 4 deuce.
Call.
A call from Rafael with ace-9.
Heads up. Check. Bet 1.1.
A bet of 1.1 from James with 1 club on the flop. Also ace-queen 4. Rafael with ace-9. He's in the lead. He's going to make the call.
Call.
Turn card is another queen, queen of spades.
Bet 1.1. Call.
Rafael now leads for 1.1. That'll draw a fold from James. Ace queen for Ilya. That's a raise to 800,000. Queen 10 for Rafael.
Re-raise.
A re-raise to 2.6 million. 3-bet from Rafael with a queen 10 of hearts. An all-in bet. No call. Ilya takes down the pot. Rafael with ace deuce.
Call. Raise them in.
Old James is moving all in with ace 7 of hearts.
Call.
All in and call. Ace 7 for James. King queen for Ilya.
Arias, it was video. Arias.
Well, I see I returned just in time for what is potentially a tournament-ending hand for James, although
James has flopped middle pair. Also 1 heart. He has hearts as well.
8 on the turn, a safe card for him. Just needs to fade a king or a queen on the river. And an ace.
James with a double up. Back to 11 million in chips. Thanks. 11 million in chips now for James. Ilya could have taken a huge chip lead. All you can eat here. Tony just had a little bite himself. How was the buffet, Tony?
Very good. Still pretty empty. I got there right when they opened.
Nice. James now with a button and ace 4.
Raise 1 million.
He raises to 1 million. Ilya, fresh off that beat, lets his 8 deuce go, and Rafael with 6-5 of hearts.
Call.
A 6, a 4, and an ace. Both players flopping a pair.
Check.
2 spades on that flop. James with the ace of spades in his hand. Rafael bets 2 million with the 6-5. James bets 2 million. Rafael with a pair of 6s makes a call.
Pretty big sizing on the flop, although I like the sizing up on 10-6-4, 2 spades. Very wet flop.
Now a 3 on the turn.
Whoa.
Makes an
all
open
in.
and straight draw for Rafael.
I don't know if he's going to let this one go.
Oh,
I mean, so many draws your opponent can have. You've got the pair in the open ender yourself, so even the times you call and you're behind, you have plenty of outs going to the river. I have to think that Rafael has caught word of James ripping it in these kind of spots. I don't know if he's going to let this one go. Folds sets twice and is going to finally make a stand with second pair. But there are so many draws his opponent can have here.
Use another time extension.
Not an easy call to make.
Yeah.
Even knowing about the history, seeing the many draws out there. And this is just too many chips in the middle from James. Never really going to get a 10 to fold.
Another extension. 30 more seconds.
Kind of think his hand made for a nice check on the flop instead of bet big jam turn. Still, Rafael does make the call though, and he's gonna love what he sees. James doesn't have any of the many draws he's worried about. He has just a 5-outer going to the river. And he's got him covered as well, so he could bring this tournament heads up. Oh, he daggers him on the river with the ace. Oh, Rafael just crestfallen.
Wow. He's played so well to this point and got his money in good there.
Brutal beat for the man that would have been chip leader. Going into heads up likely cost him a shot at a title here at WPT Cyprus.
6, 8, 15.
Guess the only saving grace is that Lady Luck provided a deuce to Rafael earlier up against those aces in a massive pot. So this time, James, the one to get extremely lucky in a massive hand.
And now he's up to 57 big blinds and
Yeah.
our chip leader. Rafael down to shoving range. Can't even look.
Glad I got back when I did.
Yes.
What drama.
You see our final 6 here. All players guaranteed at least 190,000.
Ball with the ace-5 all in. James facing this jam for 6 big blinds has a hand that's kind of right on the cusp. I think with the price he's getting, this is probably a call. Jack 10 would be a call. I'm not sure about Jack 9.
Yes, with your blinds.
Okay, okay.
He will
does
make the call.
So we have ace-5 versus jack 9. Fall, as you can see, 57% pre-flop. And we will go to the flop here. The flop is 7-6-4. James needs a jack or 9. Rafael could turn him dead here if the straight were to come. And there it is.
No, it's not dead.
Not dead.
The
not
9
dead.
provides the open-ender to
dead.
the higher straight. He's got a blocker to the 5. But still, 7 outs for James going to the river. So he couldn't fade 5 outs. Can he fade 7? Yes.
Yes. And wow. Rafael wins this pot with an 8 high straight. And he's back in the ball game here, Tony. Rafael now back to 5 million in chips with a 6-3 on the button. He passes. No callers. Ilya had ace-4 and will win the pot.
5.1 exactly.
And these two have played some iconic hands today. Both folds with the set of 8s. The ace-4 versus the 6-5. James going up to $1 million with the ace-9. Ilya in the small blind with king-10. Makes the call. Queen, 3. Misses both players. I think James should probably bet his hand on the flop. Check, check on the turn. Jack on the river. Yeah, Ilya just seemed much too willing to check this hand down. The river isn't ideal for him.
What did you show?
And I think James should be betting that flop more often than not. You know, it's not a great one for his hand. And Ilya's calling range in the small blind should contain a decent amount of queens, but also has a lot of hands that will give up. And with the big blind so short stacked, Ilya can't fight back as loose or aggressive as usual out of the small blind on that flop. So I think a flop bet would work out nicely.
Raise 800.
Ilya going up to 8 with ace-3.
Yeah.
Quick pass from James with king deuce.
A fold. James calls 400 with 6-4 suited. Ilya with a check with a 10-8. Flop is a 10. King 7. 1 diamond. James bets 500,000. Ilya makes a call. Check from James.
James could consider barreling this turn. It's one of the few that gives him some outs going to the river. Certainly not a mandatory bet. And he'll just concede the pot to Ilya there. But again, well, you're chip leader, the other guy is firmly in second, and there's a short stack out there. That's the time to apply pressure. James going up to, whoa, 1.5 with the 3s. And Ilya in the small blind with ace-queen. This is one of those weird spots under ICM, especially facing this big open. Yeah, I don't mind that call. I guess the sizing was really big because it commits Rafael in the big blind. Wondering why he went so big. And on 9-7 deuce, the 3s. James remaining in the lead. Check, check, but the ace on the river will deliver the win for Ilya. Wait, oh, he just checked the river like that. I think with the kicker that strong, his hand deserves a bet. Perhaps he's hoping that James will bluff that river, and certainly a tempting card to bluff. But they probably have a similar-ish amount of aces there. James maybe a few more. And I think with the strong kicker, Ilya's worth a bet there.
$3.3 with this. 3.3 with this.
3.3 with the bet in the pot is what Rafael says. He moves all in with king 3. No call.
Lines up, 250 and 500.
250, 500,000. So the min raise is 1 million now.
Aces for Rafael.
Space, 1 million.
Surprised he didn't make the... Oh, it is a min raise, excuse me. Blinds are up. And Ilya has a nice hand to take a flop with, even though his opponent min raising off of a 8 big blind stack should send alarm bells off in his head. Ooh, this could be it for Rafael up against the open-ender and the backdoor flush draw. Don't think Ilya... Yeah, Ilya's just going to lead jam. He's going to get snap called, and now Rafael needs to fade the 8-outer plus the backdoor. So call it 9 outs.
Ilya has them all in. Rafael with the best hand, but short. A heart on the turn.
Never easy, Matt.
Never easy. Any heart, any 8, any 3. And the card is a heart. And that's going to do it. We're going to lose Rafael. He played wonderfully today. Rafael Chamada, our 3rd place finisher, taking home $190,000. And we've got a heads-up match between Ilya and James. Oh, and there it goes. Eliminated. I believe at this point they will reposition these players, and they will come back for the heads-up match. Ilya Kitsbabashvili is our chip leader. James Mahone in 2nd place. It's anybody's match. We'll be right back for the exciting conclusion of the WPT Cyprus Championship.
The craziest promotion in poker history starts now, and we've $2 million reasons why you'll want in. August 18th to October 5th, play a $10,000 daily crazy free roll every day, and battle it out every Sunday in the epic $100,000 super crazy free roll. The wait is over. The craziest promotion in poker history starts now. Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game, MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The Super Giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com.
He's all in.
He's going to open shove. I think a bit much to be open shoving here. Won't matter because James will take him up on that.
Will not.
Either will. He will be taking him up on that. I think had he opened, James would have 3-bet and put him in.
Right.
I just think open jamming 15 bigs on the hijack is really not something you ever want to be doing on a final table. I don't know, maybe there's a couple of hands. It's not many. James gonna jam behind him. I don't know about that one either. I don't think he should be reshoving. If one of your opponents wakes up behind you and jams, you want to have the option to fold pocket tens. The other two big stacks are right behind him there, so James kind of gets away with one there. He's in a flip to become the big chip leader.
Flop is queen 5-4. Vladimir needs an ace or a king with 2 cards to come. A 3 on the turn. Now add deuces to his outs for a straight. Total of 10 outs. And we'll go to the river. And it is a spade, but he does not have one, and we have an elimination.
Yep.
Vladimir has been eliminated.
Came in as our chip leader, built that lead, and then made an unfortunate fold, an understandable fold, but an unfortunate one up against Rafael, and it was all downhill from there.
You go home, Tony, look back on that one with regret.
Congratulations, guys, with 6 figure score.
And there it is.
Eliminated.
Why would you do that?
Because if it's bad somebody,
Nikolai with 9s, finally. A hand to play here.
And he's moved all in. Elena with queen 8 folds.
Yep.
1,150,000.
He is so short that Ilya called pretty wide in the big blind. He'll need some semblance of a hand. And even James thinking about this in the small blind with queen 10. Bit of a surprising call. I think he can save his money there and let that one go, but he is going to end up being in a flip here.
2 overcards, the queen 10 versus 9s for Nikolai. Oh, the pain in his face from Nikolai.
All right, can he win a flip?
I saw a 10. It's ace, 10, and 7.
It's funny, Nikolai played a huge all-in at my table on day 2, and he did the same thing. He kept his eyes closed. Well, a 9 or an 8 on the river, provided it's not a club, would give him the win. Can he find it? No, he cannot. Nikolai goes down with a pair of 9s. James scores one more elimination. Continues to stack chips.
And we've lost another one. Down to the final 3.
4, I believe, right? 4.
Is that 3? 4?
Isn't Elena still in?
Ah, Elena's still in. That is correct. How do you feel about that, Tony?
Love it. Absolutely love it. We used to even say that as a joke to each other sometimes when we'd be playing online.
James folds. Ilya ace queen. Do you think that Elena has to open up her play a little bit here four-handed, or?
Certainly four-handed now that there's nobody to try and outlast. Yes. And
now
this
that
is
she has
exactly
a
the kind of hand that needs to be in there for 12 blinds, and I think she will commit her stack, and as we know, she'll be in very bad shape against Ilya. Here she goes. Quick call from Ilya. He'll like what he sees.
But ace 10 suited. 10 is coming all the time on this table today.
Well, whatever happens for Elena here, you know, her biggest tournament score going into this final table is $10,000. She's locked up $140,000, so tremendous run. If she can find a 10 or some clubs, she may prolong that run, cash for even more, but she's going to need some help. Let's go to a flop. And there are 2 clubs, 5-5-3.
Oh.
9 of clubs on the turn. She will make a flush. Double up here. Ilya drawing dead.
Sorry.
No worries.
It's been a good day to be all in and behind, Matt. We've seen a lot of players in bad shape manage to find the win here at this final table.
175.
Elena Litvik doubles up here.
It's Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, come on.
Look at the stats. It's not even close.
On. Here she is with aces. Elena with aces.
I think maybe the only 4-time MVP in league history.
Right.
Just outrageous efficiency through the course of his career while putting up prolific stats. Has a Super Bowl ring.
Probably should have retired 3 years ago.
Yeah, probably should have retired 3 years ago.
Ruining his legacy right now.
Yeah. Rafael here with the deuces. Will likely take a flop. Oh, he's going to go all in.
All in, wow.
I was going to say, I do think jamming is very worth considering in his shoes. My concern is that Elena's opening range is tighter than the other players. So 25 blinds effective, I don't like it as much as I would against some players. Easy for me to say when I'm looking at Elena's aces, but I think this is a very defensible play from Rafael. Instead, he finds himself in really bad shape, and Elena is 1 all-in away from being our chip leader. What an incredible spot. She a deuce on the flop!
Oh, my goodness.
And look at the stoicism of Rafael. Just no reaction at all.
Holy cow. Ah.
Wow. Well,
pretty gross.
Some extra outs of 4.
4 outs. 4 or ace.
Oh.
2 fours to ace.
Well, if it makes her feel any better, she would get stacked on this board post-flop anyway. 7 on the river, and a brutal beat to end Elena's tournament. In 4th place, she played great at this final table. Her largest tournament cash going into this event was $10,000, and so she cashes for 14 times that, I believe, right? 140,000, or is it more now?
140,000.
140,000.
Yep.
So congrats to her on the 6-figure score. And I know those beats are really, really painful, but also the kind of thing where you tell yourself, well, nothing I could have done. Nothing I could have done. Back to our quarterback conversation. I think obviously Brady, the clear one. And after that, you can kind of put almost anybody at the 2 spot, in my opinion, of those guys, because, you know, Mahomes has more rings, but obviously he's only about 30.
Rafael with ace deuce. Old James is moving all in with ace 7 of hearts. All in and call. Ace 7 for James. King queen for Ilya.
Oh, I see. I returned just in time for what is potentially a tournament-ending hand for James, although
James has flopped middle pair. Also 1 heart. He has hearts as well.
8 on the turn. A safe card for him. Just needs to fade a king or a queen on the river. And an ace.
James with a double up. Back to 11 million in chips. James now with a button and ace 4. He raises to 1 million. Ilya, fresh off that beat, lets his 8 deuce go, and Rafael with 6-5 of hearts. A 6, a 4, and an ace. Both players flopping a pair. 2 spades on that flop. James with the ace of spades in his hand. Rafael bets 2 million with the 6-5. James bets 2 million. Rafael with a pair of 6s makes a call.
Pretty big sizing on the flop, although I like the sizing up on 10-6-4, 2 spades. Very wet flop.
Now a 3 on the turn.
Whoa.
Makes an
all
open
in.
and straight draw for Rafael.
I don't know if he's going to let this one go.
Oh,
I mean, so many draws your opponent can have. You've got the pair in the open ender yourself, so even the times you call and you're behind, you have plenty of outs going to the river. I have to think that Rafael has caught word of James ripping it in these kind of spots. I don't know if he's going to let this one go. Welcome back to the now heads-up match of the WPT Cyprus Championship final table. It is Ilya versus James. Ilya Kitsbabashvili with about a 2-1 chip lead, a little bit less.
Good luck.
400,000 up top, including a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas this December as well. We lead off with Ilya,
1.2 million.
raising to 1.2. James has a hand that I believe should be all in.
You always talk about heads-up play, Tony. I think you're still an expert at it, but is it pretty much play any two for you when you're heads up?
Depends on whether you have a traditional or big blind ante structure, which is, live, it's always going to be big blind ante. Online, you're looking at more of a traditional ante structure, and that changes things. Under the big blind ante structure, you're close to 100% of hands from the button. Maybe you are 100% of hands. I'm certainly not an expert at heads-up poker.
250, yes.
My record in live tournaments heads-up isn't great. But also, you're dealing with a very small sample size. I think I've been heads-up in, like, I don't know, 10 tournaments in my career live. Call from James with the queen deuce of diamonds. A check from Ilya with 5-3, and he flops 2 pair.
Ilya with 22 million as our chip leader, 15.2 for James.
Down to 30-minute levels, heads up, to prevent some of the 5 a.m. marathons that we had in the past.
It's a fairly long day today. We're 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting final table. James with king 3, Ilya 9-4. Ilya is suited in spades and calls the 500,000. Nine, 8-6. Top pair and a straight draw for Ilya.
500.
That's 500,000, wins a pot. Can you talk a little bit about limp versus raise strategy heads up, Tony?
So because you have every hand that you're trying to get to the flop with, you are predominantly limping. However, you also need to mix in raises. Obviously, your ace-high hands do a lot of raising. Depending on the stack depth, a lot of suited, connecting, gapping hands do raising. Broadway holdings do raising, the pairs, of course. And then a mix of other hands as well. If you're not exactly sure, you can always just randomize. Like the times you find yourself with the queen 3 offsuits of the world, instead of saying, well, I'm just going to limp this one every single time and raise my good stuff. And I don't know why James is going so huge here. This is almost a 5x raise. And Ilya is going to blast him off his hand here with the ace-queen. Yeah, I mean, James just does not need to open more than the minimum here. He burned up 1.3 million in chips, almost 3 blinds more than he needed to, and he only has 20-some blinds, so that kind of thing will bleed away chips rapidly in a heads-up match. It's strange because James's raise sizes have been pretty ordinary throughout this final table. I don't know what inspired him to suddenly go 5x from the button. All right. Ilya here has a hand that, because James is so short, he can consider jamming.
Call.
Don't love limping ace-deuce as much as some of the other aces. It just plays kind of awkwardly post-flop, but it won't matter here on ace-8-4. And this bet of 650 will quickly end the hand.
James does play quickly. That's for sure.
Yeah. To be honest, the other night, I somehow encountered the video of me heads up with Ari Engel online. I don't know, it came up in like my YouTube algorithm or something, and I decided to watch the final hand. Oh, I know what it was. It was because there was a Doug Polk video that he did on it. And, you know, in 2016, look, I was a much worse player, just not studied in poker at all. I was sort of guessing out there in a lot of ways. But the final hand, I find quite upsetting. Like, I kind of forgot how bad it was when I look at the run out, and seeing my past self call off the tournament with like 4th pair in a spot where most of the draws got there was very upsetting. I was just like, what am I doing?
I think that's why you make that false claim that you're not very good at heads up. You remember that one time. But
I remember that one time, yeah. Ugh.
Raise. 1.3 million.
James raises to 1.3 with Jack 3. Ilya lays it down.
Thankfully, later that year, I got heads up for the first time in a bracelet event. And my opponent went into it with, maybe I had him like 2-1 or something. And he got kind of drunk, like sort of leading into the heads up match and then during the heads up match. And then by the time he caught himself realizing, like, wait, why have I done this? Like, it was too late. And he was buzzed hard and he was in his feelings. And he was just kind of playing sloppy. And I don't think he's ever won another bracelet, so he kind of blew his chance. But I have been fortunate in my career that the first time I got heads up for a bracelet, I won. The first time I got heads up for a WPT, I won.
Nice.
And, you know, those are the two big ones to get.
Sure. Ilya here with open and straight draw and king high. James with 6-4 of clubs. He'll fold that one.
Here's a poker question, trivia question I don't know the answer to. Okay. How many poker players have won the Triple Crown? That's a WPT, a World Series, and an APT.
You talk about that on that Poker News interview, but I think it's... you said 15 on that. I do not think it's anywhere near 15.
It's probably less, right?
It's less than that.
Yeah,
it's,
it might be under 10.
It's under 10 for sure. I would say probably in the neighborhood of 5 or 6 to 8.
That feels right to me. I'm going to ask ChatGPT.
Gavin Griffin.
Call.
I know for sure.
Check.
Jason Mercier.
Jake Cody, I believe, and I think he might have done it in the same calendar year.
Wow.
Isn't that wild? I'm going to go look at his Hendon mob quick.
Ace-8 deuce on this flop. James flopped middle pair. Ilya with Jack-7. A bet of 500,000 by James.
Oh, Joe Cody just won a 5K at the Seminole Hard Rock for 510,000. The first time we've heard from him in a little while.
He's back. A raise to 2.1 million by Ilya with the Jack-7.
All in.
Whoa.
And all in from James and a fold.
Whoa. So Jay Cody won his WPT in London in 2010. He won a World Series in 2011, and he won an EPT January 2010. So in a span of 18 months, he did it. Unbelievable.
$1.5.
1-5 Familia here, James.
All in.
Just gonna rip in the king queen suited. Yeah, these suited broadways. Again, I'm not a heads up expert, but they usually like calling and going to a flop out of the big blind as opposed to jamming. Generally just get called by better hands. So we were right, 10. Gavin Griffin.
Okay.
Jake Cody. Rolando Wolf. Haven't heard that name in a while.
Wow, neither
Won
have I.
his back in 06, 05, and 2009. Elke, who has been in the news lately for the wrong reasons.
Call.
A limp here from James with Queen 7.
Check.
Flops a queen for James. And a 5-4. A pair of fours for Ilya. Ilya checks. James bets 1 million. The call's been made. A 5 on the turn.
Check.
Both players with 2 pair. And a 7 on the river. Queens and 7s, 2 pair for James.
Check.
A check for Ilya.
Ilya might pay this one off.
James bets 1.5.
Tough to fold pairs heads up. But he does do it.
I think he got
Correctly.
timed out for that. I don't think he has any
Time extensions.
left. So if that clock runs out and the action's on him.
Oh, he's got one back
But
there.
he's got one back there, yeah. Should technically keep that out in
Sorry,
front.
but I have to ask you for a time ban. It passed.
Yeah, it did
Oh,
pass.
okay. The dealer doing her job
It
well.
did pass, yes.
Yeah.
So now he's down to 0. So,
So number 5 in the Triple Crown list, Davide Katai.
oh well, okay.
Excellent live player.
Also his WPT win was the Invitational.
Oh, okay. A little less impressive, but still, he did it. It counts.
Phil
Mohsen
Locke.
Charania.
Okay. Phil
We like
Locke,
Mohsen.
is he on there?
Nope.
Okay.
Mohsen Charania, now in a trading firm in Chicago these days.
Actually back in LA.
Is he?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
okay.
back in LA.
There is 1.5.
Ilya limps in with the deuces. James makes it 1-5 out of the big blind. Ilya with one of those hands that, you know, consider a call, could consider a jam, depending on what you think about James's isolation range.
Flop king 6-5.
Check.
2 clubs. James with the ace of clubs. Turn card to jack of diamonds.
Check.
Check. And the river card's a queen.
Check.
A check and a check. And the deuces hold up for Ilya. And he'll take this one down. Raised to 1.25 by James with queen 4. Ilya with king 3.
Call.
Call's been made.
Check. 1 million.
Ilya checks. A bet 1 million by James. Ilya's flopped. Trip kings. A raise
2.6.
to 2.6.
2.6, yeah.
James makes the call. 1 spade on that flop. Turn card is a 10, the 10 of clubs.
Check.
A check. Oh, big bet here. This could be real trouble for James. A bet of 4.6 million.
All in.
All in. And the fold.
Pass.
And in the cookie jar for James there. It's the second time we've seen that. Ilya now with a commanding lead here in this tournament. Ilya now with ace jack of spades.
Call.
He just limps in. James checks. Flop is 10, 8, 7.
Check. Check.
Pair for James. A straight draw for Ilya. Now 2 pair for James. A 3 on the river. James with 2 pair. Now bets 2 million. No call. It's been an amazing week here from Chamada Prestige here in the beautiful island of Cyprus. 775 entries started this event. And we're getting towards the end.
All in.
And all in from James with 2 5s. Ilya with jack 6. No call.
Like 100, sir. Call. Check. 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 $1 million.
Bet of 1 million from James with a pair of threes on the river. Ilya had that flush draw.
All in.
All in from Ilya. Straight also made by Ilya. He's got him covered by a lot. If you were to make this call, it would be all over, but he lays it down. Ilya now with the commanding chip lead. Justin Hammer in the background. These dealers have been great. Justin came in to work as a TD this week. Matt Savage here as the Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour. Tony Dunst, fellow commentator, also played in the event. And Ilya here with sixes. Takes down this pot. James now with king deuce. Ilya 9 deuce of spades.
Call. All in.
All in. James all in with king deuce of diamonds. That'll win the pot. Ilya Kitsbabashvili from Georgia in the chip lead. James Mahoney from England still in there. 255,000 for second, 401,100 plus that seat to the WPT World Championship for first place. Ilya with 7-4 calls for 500,000. James pushes his banana colored chip forward and will go to the flop. The flop is 5-5-8. James with queen high. A straight draw for Ilya. He checks it as well. Turn card is a 3.
Check.
A check. A bet of 500K from Ilya. That'll win the pot. No call. Ilya gets a walk. James now with queen 9. Ilya on the button first to act with king 3. He's moved all in. No call from James. Ilya takes down another one.
Good luck.
$69 big blinds, 34,375,000, 4.3 million for James Mahoney. Ilya Kishbavashvili is our chip leader. There's our final table payouts. 82,000 for the 6th place. First place over 400,000.
Crazy.
2 5s for James. He's all in. Ace 7 of spades for Ilya. He's made the call.
And this
Two
could
overcards.
be it. Well, as we said much earlier in the broadcast, to win these big ones, you got to win your flips. Ilya just a flip away from a WPT title and an enormous career-defining score. A man whose largest score going into this final table was $7,700.
Amazing. Quite a week. And the flop is a 7, a 6, and a jack. Ilya has jumped out into the chip lead. James needs a 5 or a backdoor straight. A deuce on the turn. That kills that idea. He's down to 2 outs, Tony.
Oh, very calm in this big moment. Can he hold up here? Yes! Ilya has done it! Eliminates James in 2nd place. He played a great final table throughout. He was patient when he needed to be aggressive when the time called for it. James Mahoney takes home $255,000 in 2nd place. Played some incredible hands today, but it is Ilya Kitsbabashvili of Georgia who takes down the WPT Cyprus Championship.
An amazing event. And we're hearing the eliminated noise. Only one remains. Ilya Kitsbabashvili. He is our winner, 401,100. And he's going to the U.S. He's going to the win for the World Championship. Tony, take us out of here.
It's been a great time, Matt Savage. I've enjoyed the entire week at Chamada Poker here in Cyprus. Thanks for all of our viewers for following along at home. We'll see you on the next one. Until then, good night.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the call, I prepare for this day. Like one time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.